Hello, my name is Alexandria Harris, and I'm the Executive Director of the Andrew Goodman Foundation. Welcome to our first ever virtual summit. At the Andrew Goodman Foundation, we work very hard to make sure that young people and their votes are a powerful force in democracy. We're on 75 campuses across the United States, where we work year-round to empower students to not only remove voting impediments from their campuses, but to register their peers and to turn them into voters. I was a college organizer, and I worked very hard to not only register people on my campus, but people on campuses all throughout Atlanta. And so exactly 20 years ago, when I was turned away from the polls and I went to vote for the first time, it completely changed my life. It was in that moment that I decided to take my power back. And I became a thorn in the side of the Georgia Secretary of State. And together, we not only moved legislation into law that became the Provisional Vote Bill of Georgia, but law all across the United States. I was impacted by the amount of work that one college student can do, one frustrated college student. And it reminds me, especially with all that's going on in America today, of another frustrated college student, Andrew Goodman. And when he went down to Mississippi to create and to see equity for African-American voters as an ally from New York, a college student going all the way down to the South, he was hoping to create a change, and he did. When he was murdered along with James Chaney and Michael Schwerner, the very next year, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was passed. You are young and you are powerful. There's no limit to what you can do. So I hope that you enjoy all that we have in store for you today. We've got celebrities, and many of you will be speaking, young people, our own Andrew Goodman Foundation ambassadors and our peer organizations. We hope that you light up the chat, ask questions, stay engaged, and we hope that you utilize this robust platform to connect with each other all across the United States. We hope that you are very, very excited as we are to participate. And now I'm happy to turn over this stage to our amazing host, Amber Riley, who will help guide you through the next 2 days. I encourage you to keep fighting. I encourage you to stay angry, and I encourage you to take your power back. Thank you.
This November, Americans will experience one of the most critical elections of our lifetime. In many ways, the events of 2020 have proven this to be true, and it's time for Generation Z and millennials across the United States, who will make up 40% of the voting population, to rise up and take back their voice, their moment, their community, their truth, and their power. Welcome to the Andrew Goodman Foundation's Take Your Power Back weekend. This weekend, you will hear and learn from some of the nation's most powerful civic leaders, community organizations, student activists, entertainers, athletes, and more. The lineup includes one-on-one conversations, panel discussions, and working sessions designed to equip you with the information you need about voting rights and registration. We know that students like yourselves have taken power back by marching, protesting, calling your leaders, running for office, and doing so much more. Voting is one critical tool among all of those things. And I have to say that voting is our responsibility, y'all. It's so important that we have a say in what our future looks like, what our present looks like for the generations coming behind us and for ourselves. So let's jump into it with an opening panel on the voting rights challenges that keep young people up at night. Enjoy.
All right, guys. Welcome to the first panel of the National Civic Leadership Training Summit. I will be your host today, Evan Malbrough. I am a recent graduate of Georgia State University, as well as the founder of the Georgia Youth Poll Worker Project. And we have an amazing panel for you guys today. The theme of our entire program is Take Your Power Back. And I have a group of people who have been doing just that for a long time, and I'm really excited to talk to them and really dive in. So I'm going to introduce all of our panelists. So we have one of our first panelists is Marisol Conde Hernandez. She is a very resilient lawyer. She became New Jersey's first ever undocumented lawyer in October of 2018. And then she has been working within her community in immigration law and being an advocate for her community. She serves as a very shining light for all those people who are undocumented in our country. And thank you for being here, Marisol.
Thank you, Evan. I'm really happy to be here.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And then we have Usjid Hamid. Usjid Hamid is also a former ambassador as well as a Puffin Fellow. He is the fundraising co-chair of NLC Columbus, where he serves as the director of governmental affairs and a development director of CARE Ohio. He focuses on policy, civic engagement, fundraising, and outreach to empower and to defend the civil rights of American Muslims in the Buckeye State. And then finally, oh, you want to say anything, Usjid?
Nope. Thank you for having me.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here. And then finally, we have the Honorable Park Cannon. Park Cannon serves as the representative for District 58 in the Georgia House of Representatives, which is, fun fact, was my district when I was in college, where I lived. And Park Cannon has been an amazing advocate for LGBTQ rights, voting rights, as well as pro-choice legislation in the state of Georgia, which has been a very contentious issue in the past coming years. So thank you all for being here. I'm really excited to dive in and really learn about what you guys are doing in your communities, where you guys see room for growth, and how others can follow in you guys' amazing footsteps. So a few weeks ago, one of America's greatest civil rights leaders, John Lewis, he passed away. And he was a very shining light when it comes to all aspects of civic life, whether it be voting, whether it be gun control, whether it be pro-choice legislation. So I would love to start this panel off to talk to you guys about how John Lewis's legacy affected your lives and helped propel your advocacy. To start off with me, I grew up in John Lewis's district. I also went to school in his district as well. And I used to see him all the time. I always loved to hear him speak about how passionately he was for youth activism and how we as young people should make good trouble and really create spaces for ourselves to work and spaces for ourselves to live. And I just really believe that his work is basically the reason why I'm able to work in my field as an ambassador and as the founder of my own initiative. And I would love to hear if he's had that same effect for you. So we'll start with you, Rep. Cannon, because I believe your district and his district overlap, correct?
Yes, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be with the Andrew Goodman Foundation again. This is something that none of us could have expected, as in having to do a virtual summit, and as well as the passing of a number of civil rights leaders over the past month. We have seen Reverend Joseph Lowry, we have seen Reverend C.T. Vivian, and Congressman John Lewis, all within the same breath, remind us that their legacy depends on us. I am always excited to share that I am one of the elected officials who serve at the state level of Congressman Lewis's federal level. And what we have been able to do in partnership is continue to remind people that good trouble doesn't always feel good, and that trouble isn't always bad. As a movement leader within the Movement for Black Lives, as well as the chair of Sister Song, which is a women of color organization focused on reproductive rights, we come together to say that heroes like John Lewis's legacies call us to do the work. We are reminded that Congressman Lewis was our age in his 20s when he was originally getting folks registered to vote. So my hat is off to you, Evan, and to the other awesome panelists on how we will continue to immediately live out the legacy.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Powerful words. Usjid, how about you go next?
Absolutely. So, I mean, I'm inspired by his legacy as well as the legacy of many other civil rights leaders, because they remind, I think, all of us what it means to truly sacrifice everything to make change in America. And I think that it sort of puts into perspective many of the challenges that all of us face. I think, I guess I'll speak for myself here. I've never had to worry about being attacked by dogs or being beaten with batons simply because I wanted to vote or because I wanted to register people to vote. And so just understanding that that happened widely back in the time when then I guess just activist John Lewis was involved and organizing as a young man, I think really speaks to how much he was willing to put on the line for an America that he knew could exist. And so that's just something I'm reminded of anytime I feel discouraged or anytime, I ask myself, can we really make change given our circumstances? And so I consider myself actually fortunate in a way that I get to look up to his example and I get to think about him sort of as I conduct my own activism and do what I do to try to make change.
Amazing. Marisol?
So even though I grew up in a really great school district here in New Jersey, I think it's a structural problem wherein I didn't grow up, I didn't graduate high school knowing about, any civil rights leaders or any civil rights work other than, Dr. MLK Jr. And throughout my activism, throughout my journey to do what I'm doing now, and I think going forward, I've been starved for the experiences of other people who've had this uphill battle. And Representative John Lewis, despite his accolades, despite his accomplishments, was still facing an uphill battle to his dying death and to his last breath. And it reminds me that to do this work, one, is never ending. It requires perseverance and it requires a lot of faith. Throughout the days in and days out of lawyering on behalf of predominantly undocumented immigrants, and even just trying to assist with what organizers are doing on the ground, it's really easy to lose sight of, I think, the purpose, to lose sight of the energy and the resilience that it requires, because we can't achieve things overnight. But his legacy serves as an inspiration. And now that I'm an adult and I can read what I want and I'm not in school anymore, his legacy is about, I think, passing on the torch. Like the representative said, let us continue the work, let us increase the work, let's mobilize everyone else. The work will never be over. And I think that's all of our collective and individual responsibilities as Americans.
Absolutely, absolutely. No truer words have been said. So we're just going to hop right in to the rest of our questions for our panel. So in the audience today, there are a lot of young people who have either recently just graduated university like myself, or are, fresh or sophomores, juniors, and seniors who are trying to find their place in this field that we call activism. So to start off, for our first question, I think it'd be fitting is to ask you guys how you guys all started. I know you guys all have very diverse backgrounds, being all from different parts of the country. So I feel like it'd be great, set a great tone to see, where did you guys start? How did you guys get to the work you are doing now? And anybody can go first if they'd like.
Okay. I'll go because I have the first last name. I was an activist before I even realized I was an activist. It came with my personality. I was very outgoing. I like to ask questions, and I really like to assert my opinion and challenge people. I'm surprised that nobody told me that I should have been a lawyer when I was younger. That would have been a really great direction. And I knew I was undocumented, so at least with that part of my journey, it's very different than I think the majority of other people who share that same status or had the same status. I knew since I was very little, because my parents were very open with me. I knew since I was 3. So I went my entire educational trajectory knowing and understanding what being undocumented meant. Back then, people don't use the word undocumented, it was illegal, which we don't use today, thankfully. And I would hear, because I grew up in Princeton. It's a pretty affluent, predominantly white suburban community. And I was just one out of a handful of Latinos in Princeton at the time. One of my grandparents were one of the first Latinos to kind of settle into Princeton in the 80s. And we were working class. My mother and grandmother, all the women in my family did domestic work, all the men in my family did restaurant work. So whenever somebody made a comment that I thought was inappropriate or hurtful, I would just bring it up and say how it was inappropriate. And that continued. But once I got to high school, I think that all that angst, all that anger really started to get at me personally. Before, it didn't afflict me as much, but once I got to high school, it did. And I started speaking out more about being undocumented, I think as a way to protect myself with my peers and my teachers. My high school was massive. This was South Brunswick. And because I was one of the students who did really well academically, who was involved in a lot of clubs and other extracurriculars, people often ask, where are you going to go to college? Where are you going to go to college? You know, thinking that I had all these grandiose plans, but I knew that, one, I didn't even know if I could apply to college. If I could apply to college, I don't know if they'd accept me because I don't have a social security number. 3, I don't have the slightest clue how to pay it, right? I don't qualify for financial aid. I couldn't even apply. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of the scholarships I didn't qualify for anyway, because anything that asked for a social security number, I just ruled out as not being a possibility. So with the pressure of junior year and senior year of high school, everyone was asking, where are you going to go to college? And I think that as a way to protect myself, I brought up being undocumented and the obstacles I was particularly facing. It was a very dark time in my life, not just because of the undocumented status, I had a lot of personal issues, but I felt that the more that I talked about it, the easier it was to handle those obstacles. When I got to community college, I joined a Latino students club, and they sent us on a conference. I forget where, I think it was somewhere in New York. And I attended a workshop that was led by the New York State Youth Leadership Council. It was New York's foremost, and quite young at the time, undocumented youth-led organization. And they were asking questions about the DREAM Act. And I raised my hand every time because I knew all the answers to those questions. I'd been following the DREAM Act since I was 13 when it was introduced. So then after the workshop, I realized, okay, well, I didn't really learn anything new here. But they were like, hey, like, where are you from? And I got roped into their organization. I started to learn more, see kind of the work that they did. And I never stayed too much involved because I wanted to keep my work local. I wanted to work on New Jersey. New York was doing a lot of stuff. New Jersey had nothing. So I saw the need, and I started to continue using the only tool I had, which was my voice, to bring attention to the particular situation of undocumented students in New Jersey and how we didn't have in-state tuition available to us the way that New York and Texas and California did.
Oh, wow. Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Who would like to go next? Usher, would you like to go next?
Sure. So I guess I think many people get involved in activism and advocacy, or at least sort of begin to think about getting involved when they sense that there is injustice in the world, in their community and society. And so, in my case, growing up, American Muslim, of Pakistani descent, in a working class family, I felt very early on that the world was sort of very unjust. Like my father, for example, and my mother would work very hard. They'd work multiple jobs, and yet sort of our family would still financially struggle. And so that's when it occurred to me that something was deeply wrong in society. And when you sort of couple that with Islamophobia that my family and I faced, again, the situation became even more apparent. And so sort of with that in the background, I remember I took a history class in my junior year of high school. And I think that sort of helped to bring everything together because, I will never forget the day when we talked about, for example, the end of World War I and how the course of human history could have been changed if certain elected officials had made certain decisions. And that's when it occurred to me that the power of the vote, especially and elected officials and also sort of the people working in that space can really change the world. And so I just sort of made the connection that, okay, if I want to make the situation better, not just for my family, but for families like my own and for people from other marginalized backgrounds, getting involved in activism and advocacy just made sense. And really what sort of got me in my current role now with CARE was the election of President Donald Trump. So his campaign was quite Islamophobic, and that's not to be political. That is just a matter of fact. He did say that he wanted to ban Muslims from entering the United States of America. And so I was a senior in college when he was elected. And so I was very concerned, like a lot of people around the country. And so I applied to jobs around the country that would allow me to sort of work in a space where I could stand up for the people that I felt were going to be targeted and especially challenged by the administration. And I was in Maryland at the time, and I ended up getting a job with the CARE chapter in Central Ohio. And I'll never forget the day that they offered me the job because I was so happy. And so a couple days after walking the stage in May of 2017, I just packed up everything and moved to Ohio to begin work.
Oh, wow. Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing. I'm sure that's a very large difference moving from Maryland to Ohio. I could never even imagine.
Yeah, well, at least Central Ohio is much more flat and much more cold. But it's not like night and day.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, Rep. Cannon, how about you?
When I was in college in North Carolina at UNC Chapel Hill, I started to take women and gender studies courses, and they started to help me put language to how I was feeling. I was finally able to identify as queer and to understand why that felt different to me than other parts of the LGBTQ community. I was able to articulate why being pro-choice was not just about access to abortion, but was actually about reproductive justice and economic attainability for all, as well as being able to live in safe and healthy communities. So as I started to get my verbiage together in college, I started to look back at my high school career and my middle school career, and I realized that my activism just looked like Marisol said, my personality. When I was a senior in high school, I was not old enough to vote when President Barack Obama was running for office. So I created a modern dance piece entitled Yes, We Can, and performed it in front of my school. And in middle school, I would always sign up to do the Black History moment of the day during the month of February when we would have that opportunity. So when I got through college, I started to realize that I needed to write down my stories and realize that those pieces of my activism, although they had not been covered by the media or awarded by an organization, they were still very important to how I wanted to advocate for a better world, which is why as soon as I graduated college, I came back to Atlanta and ran for office.
Amazing. Amazing. All right. Well, thank you guys so much. Thank you guys And just before we go into the rest of our questions for our wonderful panelists, I just want to read you guys some statistics, specifically related to Rep. Cannon and Marisol. So a few states, for example, the Center for American Women and Politics states that out of the 2,132 women that currently serve as state legislators, only 538 of them are women of color. And those 2,032 are only 25%, or roughly 25% of the 7,383 state legislators nationwide. So talk about an amazing statistic to overcome. And thank you so much for being here. And then to Marisol's point about not being in it, I believe sorry, I'm finding it. Oh yes, the Hispanic National Bar Association reports that there's only 13,000 lawyers in the United States that identify of a Latinx origin. So it's just really amazing to see you guys really take the reins. You guys are pretty much the definition of taking your power back. And it's really amazing to see you guys here. And so I'm gonna go into some more questions rather. So our next question, and I will direct this questions toward Usjid. So Usjid, you were a former Andrew Goodman ambassador, right? You served at your university. You were one of in the original cohort of Andrew Goodman ambassadors. So how has your work as an Andrew Goodman ambassador, then moving on to being a Puffin Fellow, affected you in your work in working with CARE as well as building your own initiatives?
I think that it has taught me the importance of coalition building and understanding that if you want to make change, you need to understand the system, or I guess just the game, right? And then you need to understand who are the players in the game. So if you want to, say on your campus, you want to get a polling location, you need to find out what are the entities that have to agree to that, who are the important sort of people involved in those entities. And so I sort of take those same principles and I apply them to my work at CARE. And also just I think also one thing that we did on my campus at Towson University is that we also tried to innovate and we tried to be creative and we tried to find new ways to engage people. And so that's something that we also think about at CARE Ohio is how can we find new ways that could potentially be better to engage American Muslims in our state. And so sometimes those ideas work and so sometimes they don't work, and it's okay if the result is not what we hoped it was, because that's a part of the process. And so just being comfortable trying new things is very important.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Rep. Cannon, my next question is actually for you. So the South has historically been known for systematic voter suppression, specifically of Black and other marginalized communities, right? And is kind of reflective of the fact that a lot of our greatest leaders came out of the South, right? You had John Lewis, who was in Troy, Alabama. You had Martin Luther King, who was born and raised in Atlanta, Georgia, right? In fact, down the street from your district, or might be in your district. So what advice would you give to a Southern activist who may feel that, they're losing, they're fighting a losing fight, right? That, they see all these instances of voter suppression, but oftentimes they feel that there are issues that are popping up almost as fast or even faster than the issues we're shooting down. So what advice would you give to them?
The advice I would give as a part of the Grits community, girls raised in the South, is to get up and get ready and get out there, get involved, and don't be afraid. I know that I hear my grandmother's voice when I get up in the morning to tell me, you don't know where you're going to land today. get ready, make sure that you are presenting yourself with your best foot forward so that you're already not starting at a disadvantage. Because many of us do feel disenfranchised and disadvantaged when we interact with social, civic, or government entities. For example, the voters in Fulton County right now, we're trying to continue to pull off an election, but knowing that we were the place where people had to wait 6 hours in line to vote last time. And unfortunately, all of that voter suppression is not on the responsibility of the typical enemy, maybe the person who people consider to be the architect of voter suppression in the state of Georgia, our Secretary of State or our governor. It's not only that, it's actually sometimes at our county level. They run out of paper on election day. They don't have PPE for their poll workers. They don't have signage that says that your polling place changed. And so what I would recommend and advise people to do is to look far and wide for voter suppression, but also look up close and try to see how you can bridge that divide, just like you're doing, Evan. Ask your friends to work the polls, ask the people around you to go with you to vote, and make sure that if there is someone who has an issue or a consternation around their vote actually being counted, sit and talk with them so that we can try to get them to the other side.
Awesome, thank you so much. And before we leave off that topic, so when it comes to grits, sugar or salt and pepper?
Wow, what an easy question. But for the purposes of this dialogue, because we've got folks from all over the country, I will just say if you come to my kitchen, you will have grits with butter and salt and pepper.
Ah, man, I'm so disappointed, man. It's sugar all day. Sweet grits are the key. But thank you so much for your opinion. Marisol, so when I was reading your history and writing questions for it, your journey has been amazing. So first of all, just for my own personal ignorance, I did not know an undocumented person could be a lawyer, right? And it never even crossed my mind just because of how our country is set up and how our country kind of sees undocumented individuals. So could you please go into the process of you becoming New Jersey's first undocumented lawyer and what barriers you face as another law student / person applying to be in the bar would face?
Okay, so it's safe to assume that a person without legal status in the United States could not become an attorney in their respective states. Right, to become an attorney, you have to apply to the state bar where you want to practice, right? It's not up to the federal courts. And there is a federal law that defines a public benefit, things that are not available to the undocumented population, considers professional licensing, right? Like a law license as a public benefit. So the only way or reason that that issue became up is because there were students who refused to take no for an answer and just put themselves in the pipeline anyway, irrespective of whether you would be able to license and practice or not. I'm technically not New Jersey's first undocumented lawyer. It's a young man also from New Jersey. He graduated from a law school in Philadelphia and was admitted to both Pennsylvania and New Jersey. I was the second, but the first Latinx, the first cisgendered woman. But I was the first undocumented person to graduate from a law school in New Jersey.
Oh, wow.
Which was hard. It was very hard. And trust me, it's not because I'm not a smart person. All my professors, all my teachers, all my peers, my boss can tell you I'm intelligent and I'm a quick learner and I work hard. Whether I'm bartending, waiting tables, studying, practicing, I work really hard. But what made it hard was that I was not emotionally prepared for studying law, right? have been depressed on and off since I was 9, but my worst episode was when I got to law school. I was working full-time and going to law school part-time, which was in itself like a full-time job. And I had to do that because I could only afford to go to law school part-time. I was paying for it out of pocket. And I live on my own. I've got all my living expenses, and I've got that hefty law school, public school term bill every semester. And more often than not, throughout law school, throughout the 4 years I was there, many months, it was, do I pay my tuition bill or do I pay my rent? So I had that immense financial stress on me, but I was not prepared. I did not expect that every single time I would have to read a case in one of my textbooks, I would be directly confronted by the legal system's history and entrenched systemic oppression of women, of immigrants, of Native people, so on and so forth. All this backwards logic to justify such outrageous outcomes. And I didn't realize how much that was seeping into my spirit and how much it weighed me down. And that is the root, I think, of my god-awful depression in law school. I thought about quitting. It was so bad. I just didn't have the energy to do anything. But the reason I stuck through it was because I was privileged enough to do a summer legal internship at the Harvard Legal Aid Bureau, which is the nation's oldest student-run clinic, where Harvard law professors essentially teach and train and supervise Harvard law students to do a bunch of different work: family law, housing work, foreclosure, eviction work. And I was one out of maybe 12 students in the country who applied for that position in the summer that was selected. So I got to live in Cambridge, work in Cambridge and Boston, taking on some of these cases that the Harvard law students were managing throughout the school year, but we got to manage and take them over through the summer. I was assigned to the housing unit, and that was my first taste of direct client representation, where our clients were people that looked like me, that spoke like me, that came from neighborhoods like me, that ate the same food like me, that had trouble paying bills, that had employers that bullied them, that had landlords that bullied them, that put their immigration status around their neck as a way for them to not file complaints. And that's when I realized that my entire life history, all of my collective experiences put me in this space. I belong in this space because this is what I'm meant to do. It's not just that I'm smart, it's that I'm bilingual, that I read, that I write, that I speak 2 languages, that I'm very perceptive, that I read body language because of all my years of experience in restaurant work too. Everything came together during that summer legal internship, and I realized I can't give up. This is what I'm supposed to do, and I'm going to keep doing it no matter what. But being barred wasn't easy because, again, financial constraints and then my emotional and mental health. I had to take the bar exam 3 times before I passed. And ironically, it's the last time where I realized, you know what, I don't care what happens, that I passed. And I said that to demystify people, right? Because there is a big stigma about not passing the bar exam on the first try. And when it's undergrads or graduate students alike that I mentor, it's just another standardized test. And we all know how these standardized tests are stacked up against us, right? Don't let that one other test that you have to take be the reason you don't pursue your dream or you don't pursue this path. So look, it's, thanks for all the compliments, but it's hard. It's hard. I don't want any young people to think that it's easy. I gotta be real. This is tough, but now that, we helped clear a little bit of a path, and hopefully it makes it a little easier for anyone that wants to join on after and come up after us.
Wow, that's amazing. That's great. It's great to hear from you and really learn about your story and to get the honest truth, right? I especially identify with that because, I'm actually studying for my LSATs currently. So I'm about to go through that crazy process as well. So
don't let it bog you down.
What'd you say?
Don't let it bog you down. You got
it's not the whole LSAT, it's just the logic games. I can't do them. But but thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I actually now have a question for the broader group, right? So the Andrew Goodman ambassadors, we encompass a large part of the countries. We come from different races, ethnicities, backgrounds, socioeconomic statuses, and even fields of study, right? And it's also very reflective in this panel, right? We have such a very diverse spread of panelists just amongst us four, right? When it comes to region, when it comes to race and ethnicity, when it comes to sexuality, when it comes to gender, right? So what advice, well, actually not advice, I would love to have conversations about how to build initiatives in our community that are inclusionary of groups that we have no alignment or membership in, right? So, because I feel like a lot of the ambassadors, they're in situations now where they're good advocates, but where they fall short is they don't know how to interact and how to build spaces and help groups that they know nothing about, right? So what advice would you guys give to some of those ambassadors who may be struggling with how to do it effectively? And the race to unmute the mic start.
I will go and say that some of the ways in which we internalize oppression, like Marisol was saying, can be depression, can be anxiety. And if we're not able to actually sift through those, live through those, and talk with others about them, it becomes very difficult to move on from them. So I actually did go ahead and let people know that after the abortion ban, I was not okay. As a person who has personally experienced that procedure, as well as who works in a clinic where people are actively seeking that procedure and coming from around the United States, for a government to overreach and for me to provide the minority report as the bill was on the floor and we just lost the bill by one vote, I was not okay. And I had to let people know I could still do my job, I could still lead, and I could still hear people out, but I needed to mourn and I needed to grieve alongside others who felt like their rights were being taken away, and to actually stand beside folks and say, I don't have all the answers, but let's come up with them together. Let's make our own counter protests was actually exciting because it allowed for me to bring back some of my college organizing. I remember when I was on Chapel Hill's campus and the Genocide Awareness Project came, they have a very graphic way of talking about reproductive health with very graphic displays of what they consider to be the procedure. And instead of just being frustrated and becoming, deeper spiraling into depression during college, we created a counter protest. We had cotton candy, balloons, and hugs, and we painted people's nails and we helped people speak to their professors about not going to class. We actually let people walking by in the quad write down their concerns. So we ended up having this beautiful mural of student concerns about how this was not just free speech. So I would say, some of the opportunity lies within us reinventing ourselves and cycling through our emotional responses to suppression and oppression by calling in our own lived experience again.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Anybody else would like to tackle the question?
That was such a beautiful story, Representative. Thank you for sharing. That was beautiful. One of the things that really bothers me about a lot of, and I'm not involved in it so much anymore with like organizing the immigrant community, just because lawyering takes up most of my time. But I provide assistance whenever I can, as small as it can be. But one of the things that bothers me so much is that I don't see, doesn't mean that it's not happening, but I don't see a lot of overlap between, the immigrant community and Black Lives Matter, right? As an example. And I think there are generational issues for why I think that is not, I don't see that happening. But it makes me wonder, and it makes me think about your question, right, Evan? Like, how do we break that ground, right? How do we start to collaborate? And I think that we have to be humble about what we know and what we don't understand, right? That also means we can't be all that sensitive, right? If someone corrects me, I need to be a good listener. I need to be patient. But I also can't expect someone else to teach me. That's emotional labor. And that's not the other person's or that other entity's or that other group's responsibility either. It's my personal responsibility to educate myself, to thoroughly vet all the resources, to know that they are reliable before I, even think about kind of reaching out, offering an olive branch and saying, hey, can we talk? Right? Fundamentally, we're all people. And I think that's something that needs to be salient, that needs to be forward up front, right? We're all people. We feel the same way. We have the same, we all love, we all hurt. But we have to really understand how we all are victims of different systems of oppression, right? And they are all interrelated. So I think my points are to how I would want to go about it is, one, to educate myself, do a lot of reading, do a lot of self-reflection, not be offended when somebody tries to correct me, but to ask a lot of questions and to listen.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much. Usher, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, sure. So again, just to make sure, the question is, how can ambassadors make sure that they're being inclusive with their initiatives, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so I think definitely number one, again, I think all initiatives, well, not all, but I think many initiatives do require coalitions. And I think it sort of starts with who is involved in your coalition. And so I think the diversity of your coalition, initially, it may be a situation where someone says, hey, we should get X, Y, and Z group involved because they're not here. And so I think a lot of it sort of stems with having different groups of people around you to help contribute different ideas and different perspectives. But I think also, though, on this note, I think it's important for people to also sort of, as they try to be inclusive, not to let perfect be the enemy of good. I mean, there may be an initiative in which you can't get everyone on board, and I think that that's okay. Certainly, while many issues are intersectional, not all issues are intersectional. And so there will be times where you can't organize everyone under the same tent. And so that's okay. And so just sort of telling people just to sort of think through these situations carefully, because issues can be very nuanced. And so, it's not, it's okay if you can't get everyone on board, but as long as you try and as long as you have the conversation, that's the most important thing.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much. So a thread through our conversation has been the topic of mental health, right? So, I think sometimes I think of activists kind of like our line of work. We're kind of like the strong friends to the strong friends, right? Like you got your strong friends, but then you got the strong friends they go to. And I think that's where a lot of us fall in. And I think oftentimes we're so busy fighting for someone else, fighting for what's right, fighting for systemic change, that we sometimes put our mental health to the side. And in the end, even if we do succeed, we kind of fall into depression or fall into anxiety or develop those systems that never go unchecked. So what advice, first off, how do you guys practice self-care in your lines of work, right? Knowing and reading about all of you, you guys are in some pretty crazy lines of work in your respective fields, and fields that are under attack almost constantly. So first, how do you practice self-care to be able to sustain? And then second of all, what steps would you advise to give to ambassadors just starting out to maintain their mental health while being on the right side of history?
I would love to offer that my self-care practices are in the making and in the works, and I don't fully know what will work one day or the other, but I have learned that there are competent individuals who can help me to create those plans. Those can either be mental health therapists, they can be healers that create little sprays for me so I have a nice aroma before I walk into a room. They can actually be some family members who I haven't connected with in a long time and want to know more about my work. And when I realize that people do have a curiosity about why I'm doing the work, it actually helps me re-understand why I'm doing the work in those hard times. Just this past month, I took up this opportunity to run for Congress, and I was not successful in being chosen to succeed Congressman John Lewis in his seat, but I am so proud to have been nominated and to have been one of the 2 Black women at the top. Now, many people in the media, they have wanted to talk to me about it. They have been contacting me, and I just had to decide that my self-care in this conversation is to not fan the flames right now, to allow for us to bury our congressmen, to allow for our families and communities to have vigils, and then possibly to go back. And so self-care sometimes looks like solitude and alone time for me. Other times it looks like continuing to lead, but being very strategic about how I actually allow my voice to be carried.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Us.
Sure. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Look like we're having some connection issues there for a second. So yeah, I mean, in terms of my self-care routine, definitely a lot of it revolves around living a healthy lifestyle and going to therapy when I need it. Some people go to therapy regularly, but I think it's also okay if you go whenever you need it, maybe like once every couple months just to do a check-in. And then in terms of what ambassadors can do for self-care, I think, again, a lot of that sort of going back to what the representative said really just depends on what they need in that time. But what I will say is that sometimes, and I'm not a self-care expert, but I've just read a couple articles online. So, advice however you want. But I think sometimes self-care can sort of come off as people indulging in behavior which can make them feel good in that moment, but does not lead to sort of long-lasting, like either sort of mental, emotional, or physical health. And so I guess it's just sort of recognizing the difference, I think, between engaging in a behavior that you're like, you know what, I want this right now, versus sort of laying the groundwork to creating sort of a sustainable self-care routine, which is going to pay dividends moving forward. And so that can be, for example, telling yourself, okay, I want to exercise these 3 days of the week before class or after class, whatever it may be. And so, like when you're doing it the first week or, first 2 weeks, you might just be like, wow, this really sucks. I don't want to do this. But after that, you will begin to really like it, and sort of all different parts of your life, at least in most cases, will improve. And so that's just one example. Again, it doesn't have to be fitness. That's just what it is for me. So that's why I'm using that as an example. But, it could be, making time to knit if you're into knitting. But again, people have to be intentional with their self-care to really scale it out and to make it sustainable, and not just look at self-care as doing something, one-off that may give you instant gratification.
Awesome. Thank you. And Marisol, you want to round us out?
Sure. Your question made me think a lot about my early 20s when I was so productive. It was disgusting, where I was working full time. I was working about 80 hours a week at a restaurant. I was taking, I was going to college part-time. I still had to do my classwork, and I was doing my activism. Like, I was gung-ho. I was lucky if I even got to sleep 5 hours, but because I was so young, I didn't feel it. And let me tell you, it has bitten me in the butt. So what young people, I think, can do, by me reflecting on my own experience, is to do your best to be present. Do your best to reflect. I love the representative's idea about keeping a journal, right? Keep a journal about your feelings, about your thoughts. It doesn't have to be every day, 8 o'clock before you go to bed, dear diary. No, it's just you get a thought, you write that down, and you have to really be aware. Try to make yourself aware. Check in with yourself. How are you feeling today? Did you eat? Did you drink enough water? Are you tired? You have to check in with your mind. You have to check in with your spirit. You have to check in with your body. Your body is insanely smart. Trust me, that little bellyache that you just, dismissed could be because you're really stressed out. Racing thoughts, that's not always a good thing, right? It is not healthy to be productive, right? It is not a thing to gloat about that, oh man, I only slept 3 hours. Like, I'm so wired. I can keep doing this all day. That's not good. Be present. You've got to check in with yourself, and you have to listen to the people closest to you. I know that my parents, some of my closest friends, were really concerned about me. And I was like, no, I'm fine. I'll just have another cup of coffee. And if I could do it all over again, I would certainly do it different. Now I have little sticky tabs at my desk. I have them at home on a little cork board, things that I need to do every day to take care of myself. A lot of things that I already mentioned. Did I drink enough water today? Did I take a 15-minute walk during lunchtime? Did I sweat 3 times this week? Have I been sleeping okay? And when I realized that I wasn't sleeping that well and I was having all these nightmares, I took myself to a doctor, right? You have to be your best advocate for mental health and physical health, right? No one else can do it for you. You can't advocate for the world and advocate for justice and peace if you can't even get that for yourself. Right? So you've got to be your own best activist for yourself and for your longevity and your health.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I'll add a little bit to this. One thing I do for self-care, this was before COVID, of course, so it wouldn't be applicable now, but I watch movies. I am scared of my phone almost completely. Every time my phone vibrates or rings, it's always going to be something that's either wrong or somebody wants me to do something and I'm just scared of it. But with movies, you have to turn the phone off and you can be immersed in a whole other world for 2 hours, and you just be completely separate from what you do. So I guess that would be my little tidbit of advice. Find something where you can immerse yourself in somewhere else, and then so you'll be able to go back and focus on what you need to do. So we're coming to the end of our panel. So I have one more question for all of you, right? So what advice would you give what's one piece of advice you would give to somebody who wants to be in your position, right? So Usjid, for you, what advice would you give somebody who was, spurred by what's going on, who decided to get involved, create their own initiative, and really make a difference in their community? Marisol, somebody who honestly just wants to be an attorney, because I'm sure that's just as hard as it can be. And then for you, Rep Cannon, what's your advice to somebody who's, let's say, in your position, just graduated from college and wants to run for office somewhere? So any order, and then that will be the wrap up of our panel.
Well, I'll just say, because we are less than 100 days from the November elections, there is something we can all unite around. We can all find one candidate who we enjoy, who we hear our voice in. Even if they're not in your community, you can still support them, because that's how grassroots campaigns work. There is this opportunity that we all have to take our democracy into our own hands and to be responsible for our democracy. Of course, we can point fingers at different elected officials or leaders who have or have not done what they need to do. We can also step step up and take our own communities into our own hands. I think that as panelists, we all bring the experience that there have been times where our voices have been downcast or spoken down to or not even uplifted. And we have created our own paths in order to do that. By being the first openly queer elected official in the United States when I became elected in 2016, and the youngest ever in the state of Georgia, so many people wanted to say, it's the first time that this has been done. So you tell us exactly why we need to support your community or your issue. And I had to push back on that and say, it's been all of these years since you've never listened to our voice, and now you expect us to come here and tell you all of the solutions? No, this has to be a back and forth dialogue. So for anyone who is feeling that pushback in being in the activist community, I am with you. I hear you. I'm trying to muddle through it myself. And our ancestors deserve our working towards a better state of our lives. Our people who are passing away, Black trans women, undocumented folks, Marines from the Latinx community, folks who are Muslim and who believe and pray every day but still see violence on their streets. We all need to continue to come together and to remind the enemies that we might see that they're not always outside of our communities. Sometimes those phobias actually show up as trigger responses to things that we didn't know we were responding to. And I would love, to pass it to Marisol so that she can continue to give some advice to the folks who are in this awesome.
I was so taken by what you said, Evan, I forgot what the question was.
So that's where we're at. So going back to what advice would you give to somebody that one day wants to be in your position?
To someone who wants to be in not just my position, right, but to any of our position, I think on panelists, as the rest of the panelists, is to be groundbreaking, you need resilience, you need patience, you need a lot of love for yourself, for your community, you need a lot of honesty, you need a lot of integrity, but you also need a lot of forgiveness for yourself, because this is not going to be an easy path. Your entire life won't be easy. That's why it requires a lot of determination. I do recommend the self-reflection to be a habit that you get into. For some people, maybe a little easier than others. My significant other prays every day, every morning. That's his moment for self-reflection. I am spiritual, not religious, so I have my different ways to go about it. So I think that's what it is. And especially because of young people, listen, ageism is real. I catch myself sometimes dismissing some of my younger nieces from things that they say. And I have to recognize that, one, that's not okay, right? Just because they're younger doesn't mean that their opinion is not valid. I think that all of us here can think of an instance where a person older than us, sometimes a family member, sometimes a coworker, anybody that's older kind of looks down on us and is like, what do you know? You're young. Ageism is real. And I think that's why self-reflection is important, because sometimes there is some substance to the criticism, but sometimes there isn't. And the only way you can really arrive at that is to give it some really serious thought. And don't let the world, I think, block out. Don't let the world let you assume what's not possible. Assume the opposite. Assume everything is possible and push your way through until you accomplish what you want to accomplish.
Awesome. Thank you, man. Ashid, you'll have the last word. No pressure.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I think sort of the advice that I would give to folks is sort of keep three broad things in mind. Definitely, I think folks need to stress persistence, preparation, and humility. And definitely starting off with persistence, just in terms of like of literally how someone can be in my position. I just think that like I got my job because I kept on following up with my boss to find out, if they'd made a decision yet or not on whether they'd want to hire me. And so my boss says basically today, like I basically talked myself into my job because I just called them so many times. And so now obviously you want to be like mindful. So you can't be like, you also need to be socially calibrated with your persistence, like you can't be annoying. But for example, if someone says, hey, you know what, I'll be sure to get back to you in a week. If they don't get back to you in a week and 3 days, you should follow up. And so you can apply that to a job, to a meeting that you want to have about an initiative on your campus, just any number of things. And so again, you need to be persistent because, a lot of people in life, especially when you work sort of full-time, sort of in my role, a lot of people, they have like a lot of different balls up in the air that they're juggling. And so sometimes things can fall through. And so you may need to sort of push to just to get your point across. And then that sort of leads into the second point of being prepared. If you go to a meeting, you should know the issue inside and out. You should try to be as well prepared as you possibly can be, because people recognize that. And I think that people respect that. And so that builds a lot of credibility. And so that's something that I think that people need to stress. And then finally, with humility, is just sort of recognizing that you can be wrong sometimes. And so, it's okay to admit when you don't know everything. And so I think everyone should be open to asking questions and sort of rethinking their position when they come across new information that challenges pre-existing assumptions.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys. That is the end of our panel. I would like to thank all of you guys for taking time out of your day to speak to us. Thank you for allowing me to be a host. I personally look up to all of you and want to be like you one day at one point in my life, all of you. So thank you guys so much for the advice. And that concludes the first panel of the National Civic Leadership Training Summit. Thank you guys.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It's exciting to be joining this amazing initiative with Take Your Power Back Weekend, where your voice, your vote is an important initiative, and we are excited to be partnering with you on this initiative. I am Dr. Micah Griffin. I work for the City University of New York, Kingsborough Community College, and I also serve as a member at large with the American College Health Association, also as co-chair of our Historically Black College and University Coalition. And we are excited today to be joining you and to provide some important information. I'm joined by one of my esteemed colleagues, Dr. Pradanda Webb. If you want to just tell us a little bit about yourself, your background, maybe the school you're from, and then we'll just dive right into this important conversation around voting rights, around encouraging young people, especially students of color, how they can let their voice be heard and really take their power back when it comes to voting.
I like that. Take your power back.
Take your power back.
That's right. That's right. I'm Pradanda Webb. I'm the Assistant Director of Student Health at North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University. And I'm excited to be here with you this morning. I think that we are talking about some awesome things when it comes to voting. I'm excited about taking your power back. So having said that, Micah.
Yeah, definitely. But again, like you said, we are excited to be a part of this important initiative and to share just some of our insights. As we know, the COVID-19 pandemic has definitely changed the way we basically do everything, from the way we interact to the way we engage and overall social interactions with each other. But one thing that we don't want it to impact is our right to vote. And that's what we want to talk about today, is the importance of not just voting, but encouraging our young people, our college students, and especially our students of color to take their voices back and let their voices be heard when it comes to voting, especially this fall. So as we know, kind of COVID-19 has definitely created numerous challenges for our society, and we're constantly learning new things about it. I think every single day we're learning something new about the virus, how it impacts our bodies, and different ways of how this virus is essentially changing the way we live. So with everything that's changing, with all new information coming out, Dr. Webb, with your clinical background and just your work that you do at A&T, can you kind of talk to us a little bit about maybe what you're seeing with COVID-19, maybe how it's impacting your campus, your students, and maybe some new things that we might have learned recently about COVID-19 that we didn't know before?
So let's start from a healthcare perspective. From a healthcare perspective, COVID-19, as we know, those with comorbidities, African Americans, Hispanics, people of color, and minorities is disproportionately affecting us. People with high blood pressure, diabetes, asthma, individuals like that, we have to just make sure that we're especially careful. But we can't let those things keep us from voting. So we certainly have to make sure that we are going out to vote despite having these comorbidities. And we just have to make sure we do it safely. One of my greater concerns at this point, when it comes to COVID-19 voting and the way that it's kind of impacting our lives, is the social aspect as well. Like, as you probably know, at HBCU campuses, we are big on homecoming. We're big.
We love homecoming.
Yes, we do.
That's like a holiday, right?
It is. It is. GHO is canceled. And so for a lot of people, that is a big deal. Fall sports have been canceled, so those that had aspirations of going to the NFL, there are concerns there. A lot of campuses are offering online classes. So one of my bigger concerns is the fact that it is hampering the social skills of this particular, of the young people, where we are used to communicating, kind of face to face. We're having to Zoom, we're having to Skype, communicating through social media and things like that. But we have to just make sure that we stay focused, that we realize that we don't let the impact of COVID-19 just kind of overtake our health and overtake us from a social aspect as well.
No, I agree. And that's a great point. And I think that's probably what I'm concerned the most about this fall, especially with the perspective of students, especially at our HBCUs, like you said, with homecoming being basically a holiday. And as we're seeing all these different colleges that are, having classes come online, canceling homecoming, I'm wondering if that's going to deter students a little bit. If they're going to say, well, classes are online, homecoming is canceled, maybe I should just stay home and not risk going out to vote, or isn't even worth it. So I'm wondering, just as we're kind of talking about, African Americans and the importance of voting, or historically how we, have been disenfranchised and haven't always had the right to vote. How important do you think voting is right now for, this demographic, not just students, but African Americans in general, and especially women? I think if we talk about different groups, I'm wondering just the role that, voting is going to play and the importance of it this fall. And I guess that was a question, but more like a comment too.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to voting, we have to just make sure that we keep in mind the people that have paved the way for us to be able to vote, particularly women. Women didn't always have the right to vote. This wasn't always a given for us. And if you're an African American woman, we all already know the struggles of African Americans when it came to getting the right to vote. So we have to just make sure that we keep those things in mind. A lot of organizations, their mission is kind of centered around making sure that you're voting and exercising your right. So this is a great opportunity for us to take back our power and make sure that we, just don't get, despite COVID being a big issue right now, we just don't lose focus on what is truly important right now. And that's just making sure that we continue to exercise our rights to vote.
I agree 100%. I think that's why I was so excited. And I think that's why, I was so glad that the Andrew Goodman Foundation actually reached out to ACHA, because, a lot of times we don't see those parallels between, how public health is so directly correlated to economics, to social mobility, to just our overall life. And I think COVID-19 has definitely shown us that you can't separate, the public health outcomes from economic outcomes. They're tied directly together. And I think voting, or our right to vote, or the outcomes that we're expecting when we do go to the ballot, are directly tied to all of that. And I think this has been just a year where there's been so many things happening, from this COVID-19 outbreak to the Black Lives Matter protests, There's just been a lot of things going on, and even the census this year. A lot of times, I think, with everything overshadowing and all the things being, pushed on us on a daily basis, we forgot that the census was this year, and the census voting, and I think all of this is tied directly together, especially with young people, on college campuses. They don't realize, I think, the power that they have when it comes to going to the ballot, and like we said, taking your power back.
Right. So, I think about some of the social justice issues when I think about voting, and when you think about whoever the candidate is that you decide that you want to choose, I think that we have to really think about the things that are going on in the world right now, and just making sure that we remember those things stay at the forefront of your mind when you're selecting your local and even your national candidates. So.
No, you good. No, you good. That was on point. I think that's why, I think that's what's so important about having different voices present, about having different backgrounds, people from different industries. And I love the fact, like I said, that this foundation, reached out to ACHA because we aren't in silos. Like, just because we work in college health doesn't mean that we don't understand the impacts or how that correlates to having students go out, because that's essentially what we're talking about. One of the biggest ways to prevent the spread of COVID-19, as we're learning, is social distancing. It's staying at home. We all heard it, flatten the curve, stay at home, wear a mask. But this fall, in November, when it comes to our national elections,
absolutely,
if states don't move forward with mail-in voting, which most of them probably won't, we're probably going to have to go out in large numbers and stand in long lines and vote and be in large groups. So I think those are going to be challenges. But what I would do is I would encourage our students, especially our HBCU students, to not be deterred by that. Don't let the fear or the anxiety or the worry of catching COVID-19, even though it is a real virus and you can catch it, don't let that be the deterrent that prevents you from going out and exercising your right to vote. You can definitely reduce your chances significantly of catching the virus and also transmitting the virus by following those simple steps. And Dr. Webb is the clinician. I'm not going to dive too much into that epidemiological aspect of it, but as we all know, wearing a mask definitely won't 100% prevent you from getting the virus, but it can significantly reduce your chances, especially if you're going out in groups, which when you go out to vote, you probably will, especially when you're keeping distance. We all probably have seen now when we go out in stores or when we go to the grocery store or to the bank or anywhere we go, stores are now creating spaces to show you where 6 feet is. And I'm assuming and I'm hoping that when we do have voting this fall, that those precincts will practice some of those same measures, where they'll have some of those things in place where they have the 6 feet marked off, they let a certain number of people come in. So I just want to encourage our students to not be dismayed or worried about that their health is a concern, because I think our knowledge is changing towards COVID-19, our realization that this is a disease that can impact everybody. Even though every state has done something different, I think we're all starting to kind of understand, even though it might be a little bit too late, we're all starting to understand the importance of, practice some of these measures. I guess another question I have is just a statement, maybe your thoughts on some of those measures that I talked about, like the, social distancing, the mask wearing. Even though we know these aren't 100% mechanisms or ways of preventing the spread of the virus, do you feel like these are sufficient enough to make students feel like it's safe for them to go out? Or what should students worry about, or should they not worry? Or maybe just what are your thoughts with, encouraging students or having them go out to, vote this fall, even though COVID-19 might still be, very prevalent?
Yeah. So I certainly feel if you social distance, if you are practicing good hand washing techniques, have a little sanitizer in your bag, wearing a face covering, that is adequate. That's adequate to protect you against COVID. And I think that there is one thing that we probably should highlight when it comes to the college population, is that they tend to be asymptomatic carriers, right? And so just because your friend doesn't look sick, is not coughing or sneezing, we still have to be aware that, that person could be infected with COVID. And so we can't relax around people just because they don't appear to be ill, or this is somebody I've been, hanging with. It's my roommate. Your roommate potentially goes out and meets other people and can bring that back. So we just can't get comfortable. But at the same time, we absolutely have to go out and vote, despite having all of these things as concerns. And I want to encourage some of the student groups, some of the organizations on campus, sororities, fraternities, whatever the organization is on campus, to make this an initiative, make this a goal for your organization to push this out on social media.
That's a great idea.
Whatever it is, the platform that it is that you need to use, so that we can make sure that we encourage as many people as possible to come out and make sure that they're exercising their right to vote. It is important.
Yes. No, that's a great point. And maybe we can spend a few minutes just talking about organizing and, encouraging people to vote. Like you said, you hit on a great point. Our HBCUs are known for a lot of things. Homecoming is a big one, the whole history, the academic, prestige, the leaders we produce. But we also known for our fraternities and sororities, the Divine Nine, started at HBCUs, most of them. Our student organizations are very active, to our SGAs on different campuses. And one thing I noticed when we all went virtual and, everything, transferred to, working remotely or from home, I saw a lot of student organizations get very active on social media across not just HBCU campuses, but colleges in general.
Right.
Our students are like experts when it comes to using social media. I mean, they find new things every day. I mean, I know some students that have 20, 30,000 followers. I'm saying, like, how do you get that many? How is that possible? Like, so these students, like, how you know that many people? But they are very active on social media. And I think you brought up a great point, how it's important to organize. Normally, if this was normal times, we probably would have student organizations that were preparing, voting registration drives in person. We'll be going to doors, knocking. We'll be doing different drives on campus. But because we might not have the ability to do that in the fall, I think it's going to be very important that students use those social media accounts that they have, whether it's their personal ones, whether it's the school social media accounts, whether it's their student organizations, to basically have those conversations about voting. I mean, they can create hashtags. I know that the Andrew Goodman Foundation and this initiative to take your voice back, they have several hashtags that they're using. So I would encourage our students that are viewing this presentation right now or are involved in this weekend to use those hashtags and share information, share information about voting, encourage your friends to vote, but just use your voice across social media, because that can be a very powerful tool if it's used the right way. Instead of just sharing those videos of stuff that don't even matter about rappers and athletes and all the stuff they doing, like, let's use our social media to have these conversations that's going to impact not just our lives right now, but in our national election, essentially the next 4 years of our life. And we see how quickly things can change in a short matter of time based off our leadership. And one more thing is, when it comes to voting, like, we're not just voting for what's happening in our communities. Like, we're voting for leadership on a federal, national level. We're talking about what's going to be the impact of post-COVID-19. Because as we saw, this virus not just impacted our public health infrastructure, it changed everything, as we know, about economics, about how we move around the country. So many people are unemployed. So it's important that the leadership in this country over the next 4 years is focused on how do we recover from that, and how that's going to impact our college students in general, because most colleges are closed this fall. And you have a lot of students that are concerned about going away to different states to college, whether they're going to sit a year out. So there are a lot of unanswered questions. And I think one thing that you can do to exercise your right, or influence something, even though you might not have control over everything, but definitely trying to influence something, is voting, because that's essentially going to determine the next 4 years of your life. And if you're an incoming freshman, that's essentially all 4 years you're going to be in college. Well, most majors. Some majors tend to take a whole long time, but essentially most college students, those next 4 years of this next presidential election are going to be those next 4 years that you're going to be in college. So it's important that you take advantage of this time, and, like we keep saying, take your power back and exercise your right to vote.
And we have to make sure that we remain united. We come together, we pull, the Deltas and the AKAs and the Omegas and, whoever else. We pull these people together.
Oh, you just naming those three? You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful.
The Divine Nine.
There you go.
But we certainly have to just kind of pull together. We all have similar missions. So, pull together, make sure that this is one of the missions of the overall organizations. And I think that we have potential to have a strong voice. So I think that this is an opportunity, like it's an opportunity for us to come together, for us to unite and bond with one another, meanwhile impacting the greater community. So I think
No,
this
I
is
agree.
very important. Yeah.
No, I agree 100%. Well, I think we basically covered everything. I mean, we could probably talk, forever about, just staying safe and the importance of voting. But essentially, what we wanted to do today was to just share, our insights as healthcare professionals and, as people of color, and especially as individuals that, work at HBCUs and are passionate about the power that HBCU students have. But we just want to thank you for, tuning in today. And we just want to, again, encourage you to take your power back, because your voice, your vote, your voice is just as important as everything else that's going on. And it's important, as Dr. Webb and I, keep trying to reiterate, that you have to really exercise your right and ensure that you do it in a safe and well manner, and ensure that you're taking care of not just yourself, but your friends, your roommates, your people in your community, and everybody. So those would be my key takeaway points. Dr. Webb, before we kind of sign off, was there anything else you wanted to add or anything else you wanted to share about our conversation today?
Just remembering that if you don't exercise your right to vote, then your voice cannot be heard. So it is very important that you go out and then exercise your right to vote. At this point, if you don't vote, you can't complain. So make sure that you get on out there and exercise your vote, your right. Take your power back.
Definitely. Well, thank you all again for tuning in, and we hope we were able to share some valuable insights with you. And we just thank the Andrew Goodman Foundation and this important initiative for partnering with myself, Dr. Micah Griffin, and Dr. Padanda Webb from North Carolina A&T, City University of New York, and we also represent the American College Health Association. So thank you all for tuning in, and we wish you all the best and continue to stay well.
Thank you.
Hi there. I'm excited to join Take Back Your Power Weekend and the Andrew Goodman Foundation to talk about how you can vote safely this November. My name is Amber McReynolds, and I am the CEO of the National Vote at Home Institute and Coalition. Formerly, I was the Director of Elections for the City and County of Denver, Colorado, and served as an elections official for 13 years. And during my time as director, we actually went through a transformation in Colorado where we updated our voting laws to put voters first and put you at the front of the process. And that included same-day registration, automatic registration, delivering a ballot to you before every election, preserving in-person voting options at what we call vote centers, and also risk-limiting audits. That model has made Colorado one of the top states to vote in and one of the most secure. And so I have been working for the last few years, now in my new role at the National Vote at Home Institute, and with our incredible team of not only former elections officials, but also experts, to expand this type of voting and these options across the country. We've been working very hard to pass laws that are more voter friendly and put voters first. And we've been working, especially this year during this extraordinary time in a pandemic, to make sure that states are ready to handle a higher volume of voters casting their ballots by mail, but also ensure that their election systems are resilient and people can actually still vote during this public health crisis that we're all experiencing on a daily basis. We continue to work across the country with election officials and state officials to make sure our system is ready to serve you as the voters and in every state across the U.S. This is not an easy task. Elections are generally underfunded and tend to be under-resourced. And so in addition to dealing with the pandemic and all that comes with that, there's also budget cuts happening. And election offices don't have everything they need to run this election. So we're really trying to support election offices and elections officials across the country so that they can serve you in a meaningful way. Now, there's a few different ways that you can vote this year. The first category is voting at home, and I like to talk about this one because it includes lots of different variables. It includes absentee voting. It includes vote by mail, as some states call it. Some states talk about mail-in ballots. So there's lots of different terminology. But what it essentially means is that you are getting a ballot delivered to you that you can fill out and you can vote at home in your own time. and then one that you can return either through the post office or by dropping it off at a drop box, at a drive-up drop-off, at your polling place, at a vote center. You have multiple ways to send that ballot or get that ballot back in. Then the second method of voting that's available in every state is in-person voting. And there's a couple of different categories of that. First, you can vote on Election Day. This has been a way that many Americans have chosen to vote previously, and that means you're going to go to likely an assigned polling location or possibly a vote center and cast your ballot on Election Day. You can also vote early in person in many states, and that means that you can visit any early voting location ahead of Election Day and cast your ballot. And that also means you can avoid some of the long lines that might occur on Election Day when everyone waits till the last minute. So those are some of the options. The last piece that I want to cover is the importance of voter registration and making sure that your address is up to date now, today, tonight. Do it in advance. Don't wait till the last minute. Make sure you're registered to vote. Make sure that your address is up to date. And make a plan to vote. So if you want to vote by mail, you should sign up as soon as you can. That helps your ballot get delivered to you in a timely manner, and it helps elections officials deal with the influx of volume that they're going to see this year. And finally, I want to talk about the other ways that you can engage. First and foremost, you can engage with nonprofits like ours or any of the nonprofits that are doing voting and civic engagement work in a nonpartisan way. Another way that you can engage is to serve as a poll worker. So elections officials also need additional poll workers this year to serve the public. And it's tricky because the average age of poll workers has been between 60 and 70 in most states. And the reality is we need more people this year, and elections officials have that need across the United States. So it's a great way for you to get involved. Now, speaking of taking your time, you'll want to check your voter registration and request your mail ballot as soon as possible. Please, I beg you. I've said it twice. It's that important. You need to do it as soon as possible. Check it today. Check it tonight. Encourage your friends to check it and sign up for a mail ballot. You might have also seen in the primaries that some voters haven't gotten ballots. And part of the reason for that is because the volume happens so late that it's hard to get all the ballots out. So if you request in advance and request soon, some of that can go away. So let's do our part. Make sure everyone has access to vote and make sure that we get it done in a safe and secure way. And encourage each other to vote and encourage each other to turn your ballot in. Be proud to vote. Get excited about voting. That's what we all want. It's our democracy. We can honor all those that fought for our voting rights and our voting access before us, and we can start a new movement to have the highest turnout on record and have the highest engagement of our citizens in a diverse and inclusive way. So thank you for letting me be here, and I'm just really excited to share this moment in time with all of you and make sure that our democracy is strong and that voters have access and that we put voters first. More than anything, we need to put voters first. Thank you so much and take care.
So I'm Julio IML. I attend James Madison University. I play linebacker here. This is going to be my sophomore year here, so it's pretty good so far, except for the corona and all. But yeah. So what's the league doing as far as corona-wise?
We start back on Tuesday. To start back with testing and everything, and then we don't really do anything for the first 5 days, and then after that, then we'll kind of get everything rolling. So it's kind of similar position to what you guys are in, but we're kind of forced to start because of our collective bargaining agreement.
Yeah. So are y'all like staying, like you're at your house right now, or like y'all staying in the hotels?
Yeah, I'm at my house. You can stay at the hotel if you want, but it's not mandated this year. So I'm enjoying getting to stay home.
You got a family or something?
Yeah, wife and a son. My wife is pregnant as well. So.
Oh, congratulations.
Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that.
Well, all right. So, just first question I'm gonna ask you is, so what was your experience like voting for the first time? You know what I'm saying? So the first time you was 18 and you was eligible to vote, how was that?
Man, it's exciting. Like I said, you always hear about getting the opportunity to vote. I mean, you may not realize how important it is at that age, but I was definitely excited. I don't think I was as informed as I should have been at that time, but it was definitely cool. And, you know, voting, it gives you a voice to make changes. So I think it's very important.
Do you remember at all what age did you vote? Did you vote exactly at 18 or did you wait a little bit?
I waited a little bit. I voted a couple years ago, the last election. I didn't vote directly at 18, which I should have. And I said most young people, I don't think we're as informed as we should be how important it is and things of that nature at a young age. So I think they should, you know, stress that in high schools and colleges so everybody knows exactly how important it is.
Yeah. So leading to my next question, what are things that students can do to prepare to vote? You know?
I think how prevalent like everybody is on the internet these days, just simple using Google, following the right people on social media, getting the right information. So like I said, you can make an informed decision, know the important things that can be changed in this world by just voting, you know, especially in a time like this, you know, where everybody's the Black Lives Matter movement and things of that nature. Everybody wants to see change. And this is kind of a great way. It's an election year to kind of get that process going.
Yeah, because I knew like me voting this year, I mean, I'm 19, so this is probably like my first year voting kind of, but I know me voting this year, like everybody knows about like the presidents and the vice presidents, but the people under matter too. So like, how would you ask people or tell people to get prepared for those things? Because that's what really affects, you know what I'm saying, your local community.
Yeah, that affects what state you. That's another thing that I wasn't informed about as well. Like getting to the, you know, filling out my ballot. I'm like, what are all these people? I don't know anything about these people, so I wasn't really informed. Each state has their different governors, you know, state officials that they're just as important as electing the president. So, like I said, just doing your research, asking questions, asking your parents, just doing whatever you can to find out as much information as possible, because each and every person that you're voting for is going to make a difference in the state you live in.
So to you personally, why is voting important? Like, why would you consider voting important?
I think it's important because, like I said, you can make the changes that you want to see in this world. So whether it's criminal justice reform, healthcare, education, I think it's a step in the right direction just by letting your voice be heard. I know a lot of people may think, you know, their vote doesn't matter or whatnot, but if, you know, everybody has that same opinion, then there's
a lot of people,
thousands, millions of people that are not voting, and they're wondering why things aren't changing when you could have simply just filled out that ballot and see things change in the direction you want to see it. So
definitely. So why do you think student athletes specifically should pay attention to voting?
I think it's very important. Like I said, student athletes, you have a voice. As much as you may not think you do, you have a voice. There's people on that campus that look up to you, people in the community, young kids in that community that look up to you. And as they get older, they're going to want to, you know, emulate the things you do. So if you guys can vote and express yourselves and share with them how important it is to vote, I think it's going to, you know, make them want to vote when they turn 18, 19, whatever it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like a lot of us think like our votes don't matter when essentially it really does matter, because it come down to that last person. You know what I'm saying? So, what are ways students can come together to encourage their peers to vote?
Like I said, I think it's social media. Everybody's on social media.
Everybody's on social media.
I think that's the biggest way. You know, instead of sharing funny videos, maybe sharing like the different, you know, state legislators and things like that, the governors, the mayors, and things of that nature, making people more informed on social media. I mean, everybody's on their phone 24/7, especially probably during quarantine. I know I'm on it more than I want to be. It's easy to access information, easy to share information. I think just simply doing things like that will make people more informed.
Facts. So in your opinion, what is the conversation like surrounding politics and voting in the NFL? Have you seen players at the professional level encouraging each other to vote?
I think now more than ever there is, but before that, I don't think there was really too much of a conversation. I mean, you hear guys talk about it in the locker room every now and then, but I don't think it was a big discussion. But I think they're trying to implement it now, like we usually have kind of random meetings every now and then talking about different things from, domestic violence and things of that nature. I think they're going to implement, the importance of voting into that. And I think that'll be really cool because I feel like a lot of people in the NFL don't vote either. I know talking with some of the guys that I work out with right now, he said he hasn't voted before. So I'm sure there's plenty of guys like that. So I think it's just having those meetings. I think it'd be important for, colleges to do that. Coaches talk about it, people around the facilities talk about it. Just to, like I said, just make people more informed. And if you want to see change, it's the perfect way to do it.
Yeah, definitely in the times we're in, those uncomfortable conversations definitely need to be had.
For sure.
Sure. So what are the biggest challenges student athletes face when it comes to voting?
I think, student athletes, you're pretty busy when it comes to, class, working out, things of that nature. So that free time that you have, you may not necessarily want to do that.
Yeah.
Do that research and look up things. So I think just finding the time to, let's say, do your research, read up on everything. I think it can be challenging if you're not that interested in the subject. And also most people aren't in the state where they're from, so they probably don't know about the absentee ballot.
Yeah.
So you got to file for that so you can vote by mail. Maybe guys don't want to go through that process or don't know how that process works. So I think it'd be important for, like I said, the coaches or the academic administration to share that information with everybody so that everybody can be informed if they truly want to vote and make a change.
Yeah, really, because I know if I had to vote while I was at school, I wouldn't know how to.
Yeah.
I live in Virginia, so I wouldn't know how to vote in Virginia.
Yeah, if it wasn't for my parents like texting me about an absentee ballot, I had no idea what an absentee ballot was. So.
Yeah, that's my first time hearing about it.
So it's there's a lot of information out there that people don't know about. So I said, just with social media, the news, they could do a better job of informing everybody so everybody can make the right choice.
So what is something you wish you had known about voting when you were in college?
I think it's like what I said before, like the state legislators, governors, mayors. I had no idea, like I was going to be voting for those people too when I got to the election. So just being more informed about all of that, doing more research on the presidential candidates, not just saying, oh, he's a Republican, he's a Democrat, he's an independent, I'm just going to vote for this guy. Looking at their initiatives, seeing what they're trying to put into place so I can really see like the change that I want to see in America.
Yeah, for sure. So what responsibility do you think professional athletes have to speak about political matters?
I think it's very important. I know, most people like with the shut up and dribble and things of that nature stick to sports, but we have a platform and a lot of people look up to us. They respect our decision making or our morals, our values. So I think if everybody goes about it the right way, not too forceful, just keeping everybody informed. Voting is important. If you want to see changes, like I said, this is the perfect time more than ever with all this, the quarantine, like I said, the social injustices that are going on right now. I think it's very important for everybody to get out there and vote. I think people right now are probably more informed than ever, are trying to seek more information. Yeah. So the more we can speak about it, the better.
Yeah, definitely. Being a professional athlete, y'all platform, all the followers y'all have. So like any bit of information y'all give out there is always seen by millions and thousands of people.
Retweet or repost.
As simple as that, yeah. That would be really big. Because I know I follow some professional athletes. And as soon as they retweet or tweet something, I can see it, you know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of people seeing it out there. What response would you give to students who feel like their votes are insignificant?
I say your vote is very important. Like I told you before, like you feel like your vote is insignificant, then you're not sharing the words with your friends, your family, things of that nature. They're going to think their vote doesn't matter either. And it's like a trickle effect.
Yeah.
It's 10 people, there's 100 people, there's 1,000, there's hundreds of thousands of people. So your vote matters and it will make a difference. Like I said, if you want to see changes, voting is giving everybody a voice. So it's a way to voice your opinion.
Yeah, for sure. So who has inspired you to do things outside of sports? So like outside of sports, who inspired you to do the things you do?
There's a lot of people. I'd probably say my dad, first of all. Ever since growing up, I never really hurt for anything. They always provided everything I needed. And they always tell me to whom much is given, much is required. So I've always kept that in the back of my mind to always help those who are in need. My parents always looked out for people, whether it's my teammates or family members, their brothers and sisters. So they've always expressed that to me. My wife as well. She grew up a lot tougher than I did, and just hearing her story of how she grew up just makes me want to help people that were in a situation like her. So, and also my teammates as well. There's so many people in the NFL that spend a lot of their time trying to, uplift the youth or whatever field they feel is important to them. They spend a lot of time doing that. So seeing the impact that they have on the communities that we're in right now, or the communities that they're in their hometowns, it's amazing to see, and it inspires me.
So can you tell us a few things outside of sports that you do?
For me, I just try and get involved with, well, first off, our team, we have like a social justice fund where a lot of the guys on the team, we donate money to causes that, we feel important to us. We have this lady named Robin Glazer that she actually reached out to me today, like about the fund this year, about how we can allocate the funds. Is going to be a little bit different this year because we can't actually probably get into the communities with the coronavirus and things of that nature. I think that's the most impactful thing, is us actually going out there, seeing the people. I mean, money's great and all, but the actual impact of them talking to you, getting to see you, seeing a person that they never may get to meet in their life is truly impactful. So that's one thing that we do, whether it's football camps, backpack giveaways. I know Alex is on the phone call. We have an agency retreat where we usually have it down in Miami. We do a little backpack giveaway, talk to the kids down there, the inner city kids, just trying to give them some hope. And a lot of guys do a lot of different things. There's so many different ways you can impact this world, just from a conversation or helping somebody out. There's so much to do.
Sure. Well, appreciate it. That concludes our questions for today. Appreciate you taking time out today, talk to us.
First things first, rest in peace to John Lewis. Let's keep the momentum going. Please, let's not lose it. Never stop moving. And just remember, when it comes to voting, the worst thing you can do is not do it. Use your voice, or will you be silent? Make a choice. If you don't, you can neither be mad nor rejoice. Every night we're still fighting for our rights. And decades ago we were fighting this very fight. That's why it's honestly the absolute least you can do. People have given their lives without seeing it through. Some people didn't live to see it, but could see it for you. Remember these 4 letters as I speak them to you. V, your voice is your vote. You'll be silenced without one. O, otherwise you can't get mad about the outcome. T, take the time to take your vote seriously. E, everybody everywhere, I hope you're hearing me. We can't be silent and we can't afford to settle. No matter how you vote, just turn out at every level. Do your civic duty, cause your future depends. These 4 letters are important, so I'll use them again. V, your voice is your vote. You'll be silenced without one. O, otherwise you can't get mad about the outcome. T, take the time to take your vote seriously. E, everybody everywhere, I hope you're hearing me.
Hola, soy Verónica Escobar, la congresista del Paso, Texas. Este noviembre tenemos la oportunidad de hacer cambios grandes en nuestro gobierno. Nosotros sabemos que estamos en una crisis en este país. Necesitamos liderazgo que va a respetar a cada persona, que va a combatir el racismo, que va a elevar el crisis de la clima para asegurar que tenemos el modo de sobrevivir en el futuro. Estoy pidiéndoles a ustedes, los jóvenes, los estudiantes, que trabajen conmigo y con nosotros para asegurar que cada persona salga a votar este noviembre. Juntos vamos a hacer el cambio que merecemos y necesitamos.
Blessings to everybody. How you feeling? I just wanted to talk to y'all and tell y'all that this is a real time for you guys and us This is the biggest time to vote. And just a small note, just to let you know that Gen Z and the millennials make up 40% of the vote. So that means that it's a big chance that you could change the things that you don't like. Vote for everything you don't like, whether that's president, whether that's Congress, whether that's for the mayor. You know, this is the time, and this generation and this time has been very impactful to the movement. And the movement is change things you don't like, we don't like. I can't stress hard enough how important it is to get out and vote and make this world a better place as much as possible. So I just wanted to send y'all some love. Zone, 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 Swiss beats, but it's time to vote.
Hey Tia, what's up?
Hey Zach, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. You want to play a game?
Yeah, sure. What do you have in mind?
I'm thinking 2 truths and a lie, but we'll make it about voting so that we're staying on topic.
Interesting. Okay, let's do it.
All right. Yeah. You want to go first?
Yeah, I'll go. All right.
Good.
So in 2018, upperclassmen had a higher voter turnout rate than lowerclassmen.
Okay.
52% of young people say that they need to rearrange their work or school schedule in order to vote.
All right.
And it is illegal to write in a name on a ballot. Which one's the lie?
52% of young people say they need to rearrange their school or work schedule. That seems way too high. I'm going to go with that being a lie.
Unfortunately, that's the truth. A lot of people have a hard time making time to go vote on election day.
Man, that's too bad.
The lie was that it's actually not illegal to write in a name on a ballot.
Okay. All right. You ready to go?
So, yeah.
Okay. So, statement 1, 55% of college students who registered to vote actually voted in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
Mail-in voting has a higher likelihood of fraud because postal workers could tamper with the ballots. And students majoring in education had the highest voter turnout rates, followed by social science and humanities students.
I'm gonna have to say the lie is the one about mail-in voting. I know it's not risky to turn in mail-in ballots.
You're definitely right. There's no evidence that mail-in voting has any higher likelihood of being tampered with. So you're right. Good job.
All right, let's go again.
Round 2.
All right. Among college students, Black women had the highest voter turnout rate across the country in 2018.
Okay.
In 2018, upperclassmen had a higher voter turnout rate than lowerclassmen, and cannot be registered to vote in more than one state.
I'm going to guess that the lie is that you cannot be registered to vote in more than one state.
You're right. You actually can be.
Oh, very
So
cool.
if
That's
you're
pretty useful.
away from home, you can
Yeah.
definitely register to vote in where you go to school.
That's pretty useful. Okay. You ready for the last round?
I'm ready.
Okay. So statement 1, a third of voters under 29 say they didn't know whether they could register to vote online in their states. Statement 2, 26% of young voters need help with their questions about candidates, ballots, and polls. And then the last one, Election Day in November is a federally recognized holiday.
I'm gonna have to say the one about a third of voters under 29 not knowing whether they could register to vote online is a lie.
No, unfortunately, that's the truth. And unfortunately, the lie there was that Election Day in November is not a federally recognized holiday.
I could have sworn, I mean, isn't it a holiday in other countries?
Yeah, you would think that we would be with that, but I guess we're not.
Wow. Gotta talk to my congressman about that.
Yeah.
Well, Zach, it's been super fun. Thank you for inviting me to play this game with you.
Of course, Tia. Keep up the good work at Xavier.
Of course. And don't forget to tell your friends to vote in November.
A young man by the name of Bob Moses, who had gone out to meet with the SCLC people. They referred him to come to our office.
And when he came down here, there was nothing for him to do. Nobody had prepared for him to be here. There's no job for him at all. He's drifted toward the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee.
And he went out to Southwest Mississippi and came in contact with a lot of local indigenous people.
SNCC originally went to Mississippi when Bob Moses went to Mississippi to talk about moving people from Mississippi to participate in public accommodations. People like Amzie Moore and all those guys from World War II who were part of the NAACP said no. If we're gonna do anything that's worthwhile, particularly in Mississippi, we've gotta go for the vote.
That was the big fear of white folk, was the vote.
We know that it is not in human nature to be satisfied with little. More is wanted. And I'm the product of my heredity and education and the society in which I was raised. And I have a vested interest in that society. And I, along with 1 million other white Mississippians, will do everything in our power to protect that vested interest. It's just as simple as that.
There are a lot of phonies who will stand up and tell you that, oh, well, all are equal in the eyes of God. How silly can you get? Christ himself was the greatest teacher of segregation. You never yet found a blackbird in a bluebird's nest, unless he was there to steal the eggs.
When you in power, you control everything. You have for many centuries. Power doesn't concede anything without a fight. So they were fighting for their dear life, their way of life.
Unless we organize in the South and unless we present a united Southern front, we are going to be crushed.
The idea that that was gaining a popular mobilization seriously threatened everything, not just the voting apparatus and the mechanisms of that, and people were political. It threatened the economy, commercial institutions, the labor institutions, everything.
It's not the skin of the Negro that the white man dreads. It's the Negro is going to demand the dollar that the white man demands.
It was the culture of Mississippi. They had their own nation, their own rules that they lived under.
We've been used to more or less a segregated life. This is something that our colored people here are adjusted to. They are happy and they're well satisfied.
We are sick and tired of being sick and tired. For so many years, Negroes have suffered in the state of Mississippi. And we are tired of people saying that we are satisfied because we are everything but satisfied.
They didn't like integration, they didn't like the vote, they didn't like niggers, period. Walking or voting, singing or protesting. They just didn't want niggers in their space, ever.
So when Herbert Lee went to register to vote, he was murdered by his next door neighbor, E.H. Hearst, at the cotton gin the next morning. Hearst was a member of the Mississippi State Legislature.
Hearst followed him down to the cotton gin and picked the argument and then shot him. I was back in Macomb. His body had been left in the streets for several hours. They didn't know what to do, and they want me to go down and take a look at it. And there was Herbert Lee with this bullet wound in the side of his head. Right.
Was that the first body you'd ever seen?
Yeah, right.
I mean, there was a heavy weight. We felt profoundly responsible, and we felt profoundly, sad about it. But the choice was, do you want to make the change? And the change was not going to be easy.
The way Nixon did.
There may have been movement from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party, but there's never been any reduction of the relentlessness to keep the vote away from black and minority people. This has been with us since the end of the Civil War. They come at it in different kinds of ways at different times, but it's an ongoing campaign. And it boils down to, this is the question, which is a very large question: who gets to be a full citizen of the United States? And traditionally in the United States, blacks have not been considered eligible for full citizenship. And that has always revolved around the vote.
So if Richard Nixon was a Republican moderate who nevertheless shifted to dog whistling because he understood the power of race to win elections, Ronald Reagan was a Goldwater-style Republican.
I also believe that the state is better able to judge than the needs of its people, and even more than the state, the local community. If conditions are so terrible in one state, the federal system of 50 states gives the citizen the right to vote with his feet.
He was hostile to an interventionist government aimed at helping the middle class. Part of the way we see this is where Reagan chooses to campaign just after winning the nomination to become the Republican candidate for president in 1980.
In the state of Mississippi, you can't get elected statewide unless you go to something called the Neshoba County Fair. The Neshoba County Fair is a hoot. I've seen videos of it, and all the politicians go there.
So it was Trent Lott who invited Reagan to come give the speech at the Neshoba County Fair, which was brilliant politics because he could identify himself as one of them without saying nigger, without saying anything about race. All he had to do was say what he said. You have 10,000 white men cheering him on.
For Reagan to kick off his general election campaign in Neshoba County was deeply telling, because that was where, in 1964, civil rights activists Goodman, Cheney, and Schwerner were murdered. Everyone knew that Neshoba County was a center of segregationist resistance in the 60s and into the 80s. And the Neshoba County Fair, where Reagan appeared in August 1980, was still a hotbed of segregationist resentment.
Everybody knew it was a hangout for the Ku Klux Klan. Everybody got that message.
And what does he say to those Southern voters? He says,
I believe in states' rights.
I believe in states' rights. He repeats George Wallace's language. He says, in effect, I believe in the right of whites to resist integration.
I think that President Reagan didn't have a racist bone in his body, but he, like everyone else, occasionally speaks in ways that are later thought to be unfortunate because they were not thought out at the time, and they give the implication of insensitivity that, in my judgment, was never there on the part of President Reagan.
Well, the difficulty I have with the accusation that President Reagan was hostile to civil rights or a racist or whatnot is that it's being leveled by people who never knew him. It's being leveled by people who saw him from afar and judged him based on the way in which they perceived his policies were put in place. I knew the man, I worked with the man, there wasn't a racist bone in his body.
Last night, I tell you, to watch that thing on television as I did, to see those monkeys from those African countries, and they're still uncomfortable wearing shoes.
William Bradford Reynolds, the head of the Civil Rights Division in the Reagan administration, basically said that things like the Voting Rights Act had led to a racial spoils system that prioritized historically disadvantaged minorities over whites. No head of the Civil Rights Division had ever made an argument like that before. And so the Reagan administration came in with this very ideological notion of color blindness.
Color blindness is intimately connected with the rule of law. In fact, it invokes Lady Justice. If you look at the statue of Lady Justice, she has a blindfold on. And the reason she does is because, at least ideally, the court does not concern itself with whether you're black or white, rich or poor, whatever the case may be. The idea is that all are treated equally before the law.
I know the view was of the administration that if you're going to try to end discrimination, you're going to have to do it without adopting discriminatory practices. And practices that are not colorblind are discriminatory practices. Now, whether you say they're discriminatory for good reason or bad reason, they are discriminatory.
The Reagan people were true believers. They really did not believe in the purpose of the Civil Rights Act or the Voting Rights Act or the Fair Housing Act.
President Reagan's civil rights record is often misunderstood and mischaracterized. And when the record is mischaracterized, that's commonly called playing the race card.
Whenever an incident occurs and they say I'm playing the race card, it is, I think they mean to say that we don't have a solution to an existing problem, but we would prefer if you didn't make us feel uncomfortable and talk about it.
The more you play the race card, the louder you play it, the more attention you get, and the more sympathy you get from a lot of people in the press and elsewhere who support your position. So it was calculated that anything and everything that was done by the Reagan administration, the other side had to yell longer and louder and use the race card in order to get attention and cause the administration to back off of what it was doing.
Any effort to try to ameliorate discrimination in society, whether it be in housing or in busing or in voting, violated the supposedly colorblind ideals of the civil rights movement. And they either really believed that or they said it for political purposes because colorblindness sounded better than states' rights. But whatever the motive, the Reagan administration had a very different view of the civil rights laws of the 1960s than the Carter administration and previous administrations.
Considered one of the most important pieces of civil rights legislation ever passed. But by 5-4, the U.S. Supreme Court today took the teeth out of a law enacted nearly 50 years ago.
What the court did today is say it's outdated.
Chief Justice John Roberts, writing for the 5-member majority, said the law originally distinguished between states that had used barriers to minority voting and had low voter turnout and those that had not. But he wrote, "Today, the nation is no longer divided along those lines, yet the Voting Rights Act continues to treat it as if it were."
When the court said that the problems that we had 50 years ago no longer exist, they were, it was incoherent. It was a total unawareness of the existence of prejudice in the United States.
And when the verdict came down, I almost cried.
My initial thoughts were, and I expected the decision to come down as it did, was that almost 50 years later, after the modern movement began, we are still experiencing the diminution of our right to vote. I mean, our rights have been abrogated over and over again, and it's almost as if it doesn't matter which generation or who's in power. We will always end up on the short end of the stick.
We'd worked so hard, we'd struggled so long, people that lost their lives for this, and bam, it's taken away just like that.
In the first 36 months of my work with SNCC, 6 of my comrades were murdered. They were killed. They were lynched because they wanted to register black people in the Deep South to vote. So people died for that vote.
I said to myself, do we have to fight these battles all over again?
I will do it again. I'm not going to stop. Just because too much has been invested, I'm not going to stop.
The left loves to throw a race card every chance they get so they can agitate their base and get them mad about it. When most blacks, McClatchy did a study, 85% of black people favored voter ID. I bet you didn't see that one because McClatchy didn't play it up too well. Because even blacks get this, that voter ID is not about suppressing anybody.
And they tried to fool the public by saying it was about voter ID. But in actuality, before the Shelby case on June 25th, they rolled out the precursor. After the Shelby case, one of the senators said, now that the headache has been removed, we can go forward.
The headache being the protection of voting rights in the South. Now that those protections are gone, we can get to business of suppressing the vote.
It was at that point that we said, listen, we have marched, we have lobbied, we have advocated, we've gone to the hearings. This is over the top. We said, no, we have to go to the next level.
The Bible says clearly in Isaiah 10, woe unto those who legislate evil and rob the poor of their rights.
If you do not leave immediately, I'm going to place you under arrest.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand?
I understand you.
Will you leave?
No, sir.
I need you to turn around and put your hands behind your
Yes, sir.
back.
The more you refuse to hear my voice, the louder I will sing. No, I have to be cuffed in the front. I'm not going to be cuffed in the back. I'm not. I can't. Yes, I can dictate. Do you see that I have an injury? And you need to stop bending my wrist.
And so 17 of us, myself, Reverend Barber, and a whole bunch of other people, demonstrated at the legislature. We were arrested.
When the arrest began, it just snowballed. And before we knew it, in a few months, the rallies had grown to multiple thousands of people. And more importantly, we began to get out a message of justice that had this really wonderful moral foundation to it. And we reclaimed morality in political discourse.
Hi, I'm Governor Pat McCrory. The integrity of our election process is vital to our democracy, which is why I've signed today several common sense reforms into law, including voter ID. Photo ID has become a part of our everyday life. In fact, just recently, both Democrats and Republicans joined together to require a valid government-issued photo ID to buy Sudafed at your local corner drugstore.
The fact that you need ID to buy Sudafed doesn't have any bearing on whether you should need ID in order to vote. Nobody ever fought and died for the right to buy Sudafed, which means that the right to vote has to be more protected than all of those other conveniences that we use ID for.
What can't you do if you don't have an ID? You can't cash a check, you can't get Medicare, can't get Medicaid, can't get welfare, can't travel, can't get a job. There's a whole range of things you can't do.
I think that voter ID is one of those subjects that is so common sense that most people in North Carolina wondered why we didn't do it in the first place. I'm proud that North Carolina has joined the 34 other states to enact a common sense voter ID law that isn't going to impact a significant amount of North Carolinians.
Oh, it's not going to impact a significant number of North Carolinians. Well, that's fine.
Although, by that standard, you could also say, we're going to incinerate everyone named Warren. That's not a significant number of people, but you are going to have a pretty justifiably upset Warren Beatty on your hands. That law is significant to him.
And so we need to say to the modern-day extremists, because they're in every age, they're just the modern form of them. We need to say to the devotees of regression, you think you've seen a fight? You ain't seen nothing yet. We will fight for the right to vote because nobody gave us the right to vote. Our grandmamas cried for it. Our grandfathers suffered for it. Our parents sacrificed for it. Our soldiers died for it. Our young people bled for it. And if you think we're going to allow any group of politicians to suppress the right to vote, you must be out of your doggone mind.
Let the people.
Let the people. Let the people.
Let the people.
Let the people
decide.
Decide.
Let the people.
Let the people.
Let the people
Decide.
Let the people decide.
The people united will never be defeated.
Hey, welcome back. I know this morning was so dope, right? Well, I promise you the second part of the day is going to be just as good. Now, did you know the first step to taking your power back is to become familiar with your voting rights and voting landscape? Well, you do now. Knowledge is power, y'all. This afternoon, we're bringing you all the knowledge around community engagement, cultural experience, and owning your voice. Let go.
Hi, I'm Ben Hovland, Chairman of the U.S. Election Assistance Commission. I want to thank the Andrew Goodman Foundation for the opportunity to take a minute of your time. And I want to congratulate you all on the good decision to participate in the Take Back Your Power weekend. You have a real chance to make a difference this year, and I thank you for your interest, commitment, and dedication to this effort. I'm going to give you 3 steps you can take now to make sure you're election ready and that your voice is heard in the upcoming election. Step 1, confirm you're registered to vote. If you're already registered, make sure your voter registration is up to date with your current address. If you're not sure or you need to register, go to vote.gov, that's vote.gov, to check it out. Step 2, reach out to your local election official's office to learn how to get an absentee or mail ballot in your state. Definitely do this early and learn how to properly return that ballot. If you want or need to vote in person, whether that's during early voting or on election day, look up your location and hours of your polling place and make a plan to vote. Step 3, get involved and stay involved. Make sure your friends and family are registered and have a plan to vote as well. And if you have done all that and are willing, consider serving as a poll worker. Now more than ever, election officials in your community need you to volunteer as a poll worker. November 3rd is election day. That means you have less than 100 days to do everything you can to make your voice heard and take back your power. Thank you.
All right, so today we're here to talk about climate, and don't really mean that in terms of political climate per se. So instead, we're sitting down with 3 brilliant minds in social justice, voting advocacy, climate justice advocacy, and music. So my name is Sierra Marty, and I'm a student at the University of Utah and an ambassador for the Andrew Goodman Foundation. And with us, we have founder of the Hip Hop Caucus, Reverend Yearwood, Grammy-nominated singer and actress Antonique Smith, and musician and band leader of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, John Baptiste. So welcome. We're going to jump right in with some questions. So the first question I have for you guys is, I know that each of you can relate to the idea of using your platform to tackle issues like climate change and voter advocacy. Antonique and John, you were both Grammy-nominated musicians with huge careers. Why was it so important to you to use your platform to be a leader in your community and not just as an entertainer?
Well, I say we as a whole, as the industry, we move the culture, we change the culture, we sometimes create the culture, and so it's up to us. We have a platform, and we also have a responsibility, whether we like it or not, to use our platform to further things in a good way. A lot of times, we hear content out there that may not be the most positive messages, and whether it's music, whether it's television, movies, we've seen over the decades how certain content can be very destructive for the culture. And when you think of movies like the original Birth of a Nation, or certain songs that have kind of crazy messages, and so because we are so influential as an industry, as an entire industry, we're so influential. It's so important that we take the time to use the platform that we have and the influence that we have over minds who really do look up to us in a way, to tell them the right things, to tell them, the important things, to tell them the things that sometimes the media is ignoring or is not talking about. Like today, we're talking about climate change, and for the longest, all I ever heard about climate change was polar bears and ice glaciers. And it wasn't until I met Rev Yearwood of the Hip Hop Caucus, and we were working on an album called Home, Heal Our Mother Earth, the first album about climate change. It wasn't until then that I really knew what was actually happening with climate change, and the fact that it was Black people, my people, people of color, and poor people who were suffering the most from the pollution that's actually causing climate change. So it was like, oh wait, so this isn't just this future problem that that feels far away and irrelevant. It's something that's like killing my people right now. Like, oh, okay. And so that's when I joined the movement, and I have not looked back. And so it's important for us to tell people, because people, just like I didn't know, so many people still don't know really the truth and the facts of what is happening to us, literally it's happening to us right now. So that's why I feel like, oh my God, there's no way I couldn't use my platform. Sorry, John, I talked so long.
No, you preaching. I love it. Speak the truth. And that's really what I feel as well. There's power with the platform. There's power with the vibrations that we wield.
Yes.
This is spiritual. This is beyond us. We're talking about speaking across time. The beautiful thing about art is that you're talking to the past, you're talking to the ancestors, you're speaking to the present moment, and you're projecting the future. And there's a power in that when you understand your role in time. Where am I in time? What is my experience really about, and what does it connect to? What's my purpose? All these are questions that the artist is constantly grappling with. You're constantly trying to figure out what is the meaning behind everything that we're doing. So I find it really impossible to be a genuine artist that's in it for the actual beauty and truth that is in art, and to not address everything that's going on around you within the context of time.
That was so poetic and beautifully said.
So we say the same thing, sis. I'm with it.
You said it real nice though.
I'm with it, totally. You saying it. It's the truth. The platform is, people see us and they look up to us and they want to be healed in a lot of ways by what we deliver with our hands, with our hearts, all of the things that we're channeling. It's for real.
I agree.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, we don't want to forget Reverend Yearwood. So you're legendary in using social activism as a space too. So in fact, you've helped architect P. Diddy's Vote or Die campaign in the early 2000s. Can you talk about why you felt it was critical to bring together something like hip hop and social justice to create a mega movement like that? And how do you carry that same energy with you today?
Well, first, let me just thank you, young sister, for for doing what you're doing from Utah and being here with us. I think that's amazing. One, we need to have young activists. We need to have women leading and guiding this movement. So thank you for where you are and being concerned about this process. And for me, it's always an honor to be sitting with these phenomenally talented artists, John and Antonique. They bless my heart so much. As you know, I believe that the role of the artist is to make the revolution irresistible.
Hey.
So they are doing that, but they're doing that with the understanding of what our people need at this time. I think, as John said so quite well, is that we're at a critical moment in time in history. I actually want to take a second to go back in time. I think it's important to actually lift up, because I know that the Andrew Goodman Foundation and others are a part of this process, and I want to lift up Michael Schwerner and James Chaney, 3 young men who were killed by the Ku Klux Klan back in 1964 for just trying to get the vote out. And they gave their lives so that we could vote and we could be a part of this movement. And it's so proud for us today to see the Mississippi state flag come down recently because of the Confederate flag. So we are not living in what people died for. And so I just want to make sure to lift them up. And then I'm obviously from Louisiana. So this year is the 15th year of Hurricane Katrina. And so for me, seeing my people literally 15 years ago drowned and left behind in the richest country in the world was troubling. And that's one of the reasons why I think that we use our voice to make these things happen, because for artists in particular, and for activists like me, you can take away the images which you see. There's something about an artist's mind and brain that they now have to just transform that image into life, into vision, into hope. And sometimes they got to do it in a way through the music, through the song, through the dance, and through however we can to almost sound the trumpet to let people know that something is either wrong or something is actually right. We're going in the right direction. Right. And so I think that what you're saying, what I was able to do with Diddy, with Vote or Die campaign, with many other artists throughout, from T.I. and Tip and Antonique, as she mentioned, right here with me. I think that all we're trying to do is make sure that we're creating freedom songs in the 21st century. We know that our parents fought for equality in the 20th century, and we're still fighting for equality, but we're also fighting for existence in the 21st century. So the issue of climate change and the issue of the environment is one in which, that it's not just about, as Anthony said, the polar bears, and I like polar bears, but the reality is that people who are Black and Indigenous, people of color, are the ones who are first and worst hit by hurricanes, hit by droughts, hit by wildfires, they're hit by pollution, they're hit by the incinerators that are in their communities, they're hit by the coal-fired power plants. 68% of Black people live 30 miles to coal-fired power plants. So they're the ones here that are having asthma and cancer and emphysema. So for us, it's just simply that, listen, we are fighting for humanity, not Republican, not Democrat, humans. This is what this is all about. Black, white, brown, male, female, straight, gay, humans. So we can do that and do it in love, then our planet can be a much better place.
Preach, Rev.
Yes, amen.
So I think adding on to everything that you just said, and with the space and time, that we're living in this year, like with the pandemic and Black Lives Matter movement, and with it also being an election year, like how do you think climate justice fits into all of that? Or how do you think it could fit into all of that?
I guess I go in reverse order. Maybe we'll go back, me, and John and Antonique. So let me just say clearly that climate justice is racial justice, and racial justice is climate justice. They're all intertwined. We don't live single issue lives. We don't live lives for only housing or only education or only climate. Our lives are intertwined. And so I think the issue right now, what we're seeing, particularly regarding the movement for Black lives, and the issue of the climate and COVID, is that we're seeing that those who are most vulnerable, particularly Black and Indigenous people of color, are the ones who are dying first. We're seeing with COVID-19. First, our prayers go out to everybody who is suffering. Most artists, our prayers go for artists. Artists whose whole lives have been transitioned, and they're still using their platforms. Even their lives, they're the ones who actually lose the most money. People don't understand who are watching this. Artists, they depend on gigs and opportunities, and their lives are uprooted because of this. But they're still, because they're artists, still using it. So I just want to make sure that people understand that COVID-19 has a huge impact on their lives, but on all of us. And so Black people, brown people, they're the ones who are dying, again, because of systemic racism, because of white supremacy that has been continuing on, that we have to deal with. Those are real conversations. But the issue of climate and racial justice, I'll just say that, Eric Garner is somebody I looked at a lot. Eric Garner was somebody who 6 years ago said, I can't breathe because of an illegal chokehold. And then we saw it again with George Floyd. Let me look up George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and all those who died this year. But George Floyd said, again, I can't breathe. But the reality, though, is that even though he was died because of the police brutality, his daughter, Erica Garner, who would be fighting for him, she would die because of the pollution in her borough in New York, which received the F for air quality. And so literally, and everybody in his family had asthma. So even though he died because of the police brutality, Black people and poor people are dying because of the pollution. And so those two things connect. And so we have to, again, connect those dots so that people aren't dying, and more importantly, that we can lift them up so they can live. And so that's just my standpoint, that there's no separation between climate change and racial justice. As a matter of fact, climate change is a civil rights issue. We have a right to clean air. We have a right to clean water. And I think that we must stand on that principle forever.
You said it, Rev. There is no coincidence that Black people and poor people are most affected by COVID and most affected by climate change and the problems in the environmental justice, the pollution. Flint still doesn't have clean water. You still have, kids in Los Angeles growing up next to oil drilling sites with people with hazmat suits on outside the window, and they don't have a hazmat suit on. It's like something don't seem right about that. In fact, Nayeli, the beautiful young lady that I met, she had to be 14, 15 when we met, and I actually saw where she was able to look out the window at the hazmat suits 200 feet away from her bedroom. She has cancer now. She's 18. And so, there's no coincidence. There's just no coincidence there. It is, environmental justice is a civil justice, racial justice issue. I completely agree.
Wow. Yeah, that's a stirring account. The thing that I think about often is how much apathy we're dealing with, and how much the negativity from all sides that is trying to pummel us and take away our life force, take away our concern for our neighbor, for our neighborhood, for our cities, for our country, for our world. It's very insidious. Apathy has a way. 100 million people who were eligible to vote in the last presidential election didn't vote. Think about that. Even with all of the gerrymandering and voter suppression, 100 million people.
That's crazy.
Over 40% of eligible people did not use their voice, did not feel that their voice was of concern. that to me is the greatest battle that we're facing, and climate change is the chief opponent. We're seeing all of the residual impact of our apathy based upon the way that this evil force is coming at us from all sides. So we absolutely have to sound the trumpet, as Red was saying. If we can't stop sounding the trumpet. I'll put it like that.
Yeah, right.
Stop sounding the trumpet. It's got to keep going.
Right.
Yep. So true.
Absolutely. Well, the next question I have for you guys is, when we think about climate, a lot comes up, but at the same time, we never really actually think about all of the challenges beneath the surface related to climate change or environmental justice, etc. Reverend Yearwood, when you founded the Hip Hop Caucus, one of the biggest things your nonprofit set out to tackle is climate justice. Can you tell us the real about why climate justice is something every student voter in America should be thinking about?
Well, we first started out, we actually were doing the voting process, which we still do respect my vote. And hopefully I get Anthony and John to be part of that with me this year. We get out there, get the vote out, you know what I mean? We're gonna do it. And so that's important off the bat. We've done that, we still do that. And it was actually, for me, I was very fortunate when I was, when they consolidated Hip Hop Caucus, it was an organization, Hip Hop Summit Action Network. It was Citizen Change. It was led by Diddy, and it was Voice Your Choice, led by Jay-Z. And at the end of 2004, they came and then they were like, "Listen, Red, we really, an artist. We want to be artists. To be honest, we don't really want to. We really don't want to keep doing this as much. We want to be doing this. We want to do our artist work and let you do it." Now, since then, we have now created, as Antonique wrote in an article you can check out, is an archivist, which is the combination of artists and activists, which is beautiful, which I think we need to have to move forward. But it was really Hurricane Katrina, just to be clear. It was that when the caucus was created 16 years ago now, almost, in 2004, Katrina hit on August 29th, 2005, and me being a homeboy from Louisiana, I couldn't just see what that was. And so then I began, that was the issue. Now we had already been dealing with environmental justice. I think Anthony made a great point. We have been dealing with it. I mean, Louisiana was called Cancer Alley, but it always wasn't seen as connected. And this is something that, as a movement, we got to have some real talk about a movement that has been predominantly white, or I could say Birkenstock, to be nice. But it's been a movement that really hasn't connected the dots. I think they're doing much better now, so I'm happy for that. But at that point in time, we just thought about pollution. And I know Anthony's from Jersey, and she went through Superstorm Sandy. It was that smell. People tell you, that's the smell of money. You think that smells terrible, but that's the smell of money. And it'd be like, that'd be what it is.
Smell of money. It's the smell of pollution.
Yeah, it was pollution. You up there choking for real. And that would be what it is. But it was Hurricane Katrina, and it was that. And it was truly in that moment when we at Hip Hop Caucus began to move forward. What's important, though, is that we then, because we were artists and activists and predominantly people of color, they wanted us to then be in a box. Well, since you want to be involved with climate change, you can be in the environmental justice box. That's where the Black folks play. We're like, no, this is the 21st century. No, we everybody, because hip hop is Black, it's white, it's brown, it's queer, it's straight, it's everybody, it's human. So hip hop and the music and the culture is not in a box. We're not gonna be put in a box. And so we were like, nah, we're gonna be in the box to fight climate change. Y'all can we're gonna fight environmental justice, but we're gonna fight everything to make sure our planet is safe. And so since then, we've been fighting. What we do, we fight. that's part of our spirit. We fight. So we fight everything from the pipelines. We fight everything because Louisiana has the coast is receding, the Gulf Coast is messing up, and the marshlands is messed up. We take on that. So we've been fighting literally in every aspect. And so I think now it's a key issue. But also want to make sure we haven't just done it with facts. Clearly science and facts is important. We understand what it means to have the science lead us and guide us. But the one thing we also realize too is that the heart is as important as the brain. And if you don't touch people's hearts to literally make sure they feel something, they feel it. Like, man, sometimes it's through an instrument, it's through a dance, it's through poetry, it's through however, it's through a play, but they feel it.
Yep.
And they leave there ready to take on the world. That's what we do best. We use our cultural expression to shape our political experience to change the world.
So good, so true.
This next question is for Antonique. So, you've also been so vocal about climate change. Why is this an issue that you have chosen in your life to be vocal about?
I kind of spoke about it a little bit, but it was the realization that it wasn't just the future problem that we are. I mean, it's future, but it's soon. They're saying we got 10 years left before we have the time that we have to make some super changes, which clearly this administration that we have right now has done everything opposite. Yeah, they're going he wants to restart pipelines. He likes, coal. He, all of that stuff. He's with it. He's about that pollution life. And so, everything that we need to do to fix it, it's still a future problem. Right now, though, and what's been happening over the years since I found out, I think it was 2014, my people are already dying. So I'm feeling hopeful with the movement for Black Lives right now. I got so many goosebumps. Cried so many tears too, but it was man, people are finally waking up. And I think it kind of took COVID and everybody sitting down and being, being forced to see what was happening to us all these years is really why the movement was able to take off at this point the way it did. But Black Lives Matter and environmental justice is literally the same thing. In fact, when we were on tour, me and Rev and, with the Hip Hop Caucus, the Act on Climate tour, I was saying Black Lives Matter. It hadn't really popped off like it has now, but it's the same thing. Our people are dying from pollution. Like Rev said, Eric Garner had asthma. He was already dying before they really, really took him out. And so that is the issue. And they want to make it, make us think that it's a hereditary thing, the cancer's hereditary and asthma's hereditary. But it's when a whole group of people, a whole neighborhood who isn't related all has cancer, or a whole area who isn't related all has asthma. That's not hereditary. That is definitely pollution. And it's pollution that some companies, some billion-dollar companies, are making a lot of money to be able to put that pollution where it is. And it just so happens, I don't think coincidentally at all, to be in our neighborhoods. And so when I found that out in 2014, I literally could not talk about it. I could not use my platform. I could not use my time I could not use my time to tell people what was happening. We would be in different cities, and people literally did not know. They just didn't know that incinerator up the street from the school, like within 2 miles of a school, is why all those children have asthma. We would ask a group of young kids who has asthma, and half the students would raise their hands. Black kids. And so, yeah, there's just no way. There's no way that I couldn't talk about this. There's no way that I couldn't spread the word. There's no way that I couldn't use my art. Like Rev said, I'm an artivist. And so, for the movement, what I sing a lot is Mercy, Mercy Me, because people don't realize Marvin Gaye was talking about this stuff 40 years ago. It's crazy, the words to Mercy, Mercy Me. And then I also sing Here Comes the Sun by the Beatles, which is kind of like the hopeful ode to solar power and the things that we need to go towards clean energy. And I don't think the Beatles was trying to write a climate change song, but we took it, and that's what it is. That's what it is now. So, I think it's important. And because music touches people in such a way, and even visual content. You know, I'm an actor too. All of that really shapes minds and it moves people. Like Rev said, I've always felt like my whole purpose is to make people feel. And, you know, sometimes we need to feel, sometimes we need to cry. So whatever that feeling is that people need to feel, I'm all about that. And so using my ability to make people feel and my desire to make people feel to help them understand and inspire them about what's happening and inspire them to help change what's happening, man, that's my, I believe it's my purpose.
I love it. Awesome. Well, this question's for you, John. So you've been really going so hard for your community and young people with your new song, We Are, and with your work to get out the vote. Can you talk about what sparked that song and what work you've been doing to organize in your community? Young organizers would love to hear your advice.
I take my cues from the giants who stood before I was even born, and those are the ones who I really try to model any of the work that I do off of. My grandfather was the president of both the Louisiana Postal Workers Union, and he marched and organized for the rights of the postal workers and the hotels union. He was in the military. He was my first mentor in terms of being an activist for the community and just showing me how it's done. And boy, was he clean. They would just be so, it'd be amazing. He was with King. I mean, the range of things that he was able to, back home, just the range of things he was able to convey to me vicariously. Just from watching him, I learned so much. Even before I knew I was picking it up. And then after a while, I got, I had the good fortune of knowing Congressman John Lewis, getting to sit down with him many times. And the last time I got to see him and really talk about activism is actually online. I interviewed him for The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, and we sat and talked for about 30 minutes.
Wow.
And he just, I would advise anyone to listen to what he says in that. He just breaks down their whole psychology and the ethos of what was behind the marches and how he was able to withstand so much force, so much negativity, and maintain his inner strength and his grace. To have that kind of attack on your humanity and to be so human. One of the things about what I love to do, as we all have expressed here, is our humanity is an important part of this work. The heart.
Yeah.
You know, I'm thinking about when we performed, this was maybe 4 years ago at this point, the March for Science. I led a March for Science on the National Mall. It was 30,000 people, all screaming for facts to be considered.
Right.
But the music element added to that march ignited something that was bigger than all of us.
Wow.
And we've been doing that. We Are is just a vehicle. The song is just a vehicle to ignite the hearts of men and women and everyone in this country to really experience something that's bigger than us, to know that this is bigger than the time we're living in right now. This is bigger than, I don't know how else to say it other than this is bigger than the moment.
Right.
If we don't see it in that way, we're not seeing the gravity of the situation. And that's the reason why I make that's the reason why I make the song, and that's the only reason really why I feel like in this moment there needs to be music, there needs to be dancing, poetry. You know, we had dancers on the march. People seeing that expression of motion.
Right.
You know, I would advise everyone who's organizing, use all of the forces that you have, all of the powers that have been given to us. Marshal all of that, galvanize all that, put it in there like a gumbo. I'm from Louisiana too. We make gumbo. You put it in the pot, it's all good. You get it together. So, you know, I advise all the young people, just anybody who has the heart to want to see change and understand the gravity of this moment and really wants to put that message out there, marshal them, put them, get together, build your tribe. Let's go. Now's the time.
It's good.
That's good advice. Awesome. So I guess just kind of the last question is, so I'd love for each of you to share with the students that will be watching what it is that you believe they should be thinking about, researching, and paying attention to before they head to the polls and vote later this year. Loaded question, I guess.
Yeah. This election is life or death. I think this is probably the most important election of all of our lifetimes. We are barely making out of this last 4 years alive, barely. And I don't think we can survive another 4 years of what we've been experiencing. I really don't think we make it through. And so people, young people, you know, I've been looking at the polls, and although Biden is leading Trump in general, there's still groups of people like Black people and young people who are kind of looking at him like, I don't know about Biden. We don't have time for that, guys. We don't have time for that. I don't know about Biden. We need to come together and vote. We have to get this current administration out, because this current administration is not only, I mean, we're seeing how they're handling COVID, and people, we are all losing people. I already lost 2 friends, and I know a bunch of people who've lost people. And people, like, this is actual human lives. People are dying, folks. And so, you know, he's still calling it a hoax and barely wearing a mask. And so just that alone is enough reason to get them out. But if you think about the longer term climate change element of it, they also believe climate change is a hoax. So, I mean, everything is just a hoax. Everything that's actually real and true is a hoax to them. And so we don't have time for that. We don't have not another second. We don't have another second of time for that. Too many people are dying. I mean, when Rev says it's not a game, it's not a game. It is not a game. So y'all, young people, please, I implore you, we have to vote for love, and we have to vote for our future, you guys. Please. That's all I'm gonna say. Y'all go on ahead. Yeah, I'm stressed out. I just stress myself out because we really don't have time. We don't, like, this is life or death.
Well, let me just say, one, thank you for having us.
Yes.
Here, I appreciate this conversation, and it was a blessing for me to be here with Anthony and John, and definitely I look forward to working with y'all.
Yes.
To get the vote out. We're gonna do what we can do to ensure that democracy goes forward. I'm actually hopeful. I think that I agree with everything Anthony said. Clearly, I know that either you shape policy or policy shapes you. And for too long, we've had some very negative policy and this negative energy. And I think that's actually, because those two things go together. You actually, if you're doing, it's like if you're doing good things, but acting in a bad manner. It's like if you go to a restaurant and they had good food, but they have terrible service, it doesn't matter. You're not going to want to go there anymore. So even if this administration or whoever was doing good things, but they're putting out energy that's causing us to be divided. For us to look at our color of our skin, or our if we're immigrants, or our gender or our beliefs. If that's being put, that's going to be divided, then no country divided can't stand. So I just want to say that for the young people, you know, I kind of start off this conversation talking about Schwerner and Cheney and Goodman, the 3 young activists who gave their lives fighting for us to vote. And so there are those who literally gave their lives for us to be able to vote. And I know sometimes that gets kind of put in a context, well, That was back then. But there are those who are still doing it. This election right now, there will be mothers and grandmothers and grandfathers and uncles and aunts who will put a mask on in the midst of a pandemic to try to go out there and vote.
Yeah.
And they will literally put their lives on the line. They will literally say it is so important for my vote to matter. I'm 80, I'm 90, I'm 70, but I got to vote. And we got to make sure that if there are folks who are literally still putting their lives on the line, and we got to do the same as likewise. For those who are younger, those of us who are in our 30s, in our 40s, in our 20s, we got to meet that energy and be like, we ain't gonna let you stand there alone. As a matter of fact, we're gonna be there with you to ensure that our democracy, and I'm not talking about Republican or Democrat, our democracy is on the line right now. Like we're literally having conversations about, are we living in a fascist state? I mean, we're literally at that kind of, we're having those conversations. So let me just say this to the young people. I mean, just conclude with this, that's saying that, you know, there's a time when right now seems critical, and it is. But know that you're also living not only for the present, but for the future. I'm so grateful for those like Thurgood Marshall and Harriet Tubman. I'm so grateful for those like Ella Baker and Fannie Lou Hamer. I'm so grateful for people like John Lewis. May God rest his soul in power. For those who literally gave their lives for us. And it's because of them, if nothing else, that we got to do the simplest thing of making sure we are active in the process of democracy, not only from the top, but down to the dog catcher to the bottom. But we got to make sure that their lives were not in vain. And I'm telling you, we can do it. And if we do that, then this country can not only be a beacon for everyone here in this country, but for the world. We can use our gift, our talent, and our resources to make this planet safer and a better place. But it means that all of us got to be involved. And I pray for that. And I know young people, you are the future. Because Dr. Kidman may have died on the balcony, but the dream didn't die on the balcony. And this generation of those of you who were born in this century are about to change the world. So make it happen. Can't stop, won't stop, as we say in hip hop.
Yeah. That's good.
Woo, my goodness. Yeah, that felt good to hear. I'm very appreciative to be here with you, Rev and Antonique. I'm thankful for your questions, wonderful, it was just wonderful fellowship. And we're coming together to do something that is great. And I guess my only advice for going into this election is, let's be great. Let's take the call that has been put in front of us by all of the great ancestors that have said, look, we're just like you, and look what we did. This is not entertainment. This is real life. Y'all are the ones right now, in this moment. This is real life. So let's go, let's be great. Let's just actually exist in the calling of who we are and be great. I'm with you, and I love you.
Hey everybody, I go by the name of Note Marcado, and in this year's election, our generation has the power to occupy 40% of the votes. Protesting's cool, social media is cool, but to really make a difference, we have to get out there and vote. I will be. Thank you for listening.
When I was an undergraduate at the University of Florida, I was both an astrophysics major and a Vote Everywhere ambassador. Turns out, STEM majors with enthusiasm for voting are not exactly the easiest to find on college campuses. The National Study of Learning, Voting, and Engagement has made this clear. students in science, technology, engineering, and math are the least likely to vote among their collegiate peers. The silver lining is that this makes a narrow, targetable group in which massive voter turnout growth could be seen with the right intervention. After graduation, I continued my work with the Andrew Goodman Foundation by becoming a Puffin Democracy Fellow, a role in which I applied my research background to dig deeper into this problem. We all know that there are extra burdens to turning out college students in general, but why do STEM students lag so far behind? I surveyed hundreds of students to see what they thought. Non-STEM students theorized that STEM students may be restricted by busy schedules, may lack the civics education to know of voting's importance, or may consider themselves above the electoral process. Well, which is it? Are they aware but uncaring, just uninformed, too strapped for time? It turns out that asking STEM students themselves can be pretty enlightening, as these quotes show. STEM students self-report that the answer is time, but not in the sense that they don't have the time to physically cast the vote. Responses showed that STEM students care deeply about making an educated and informed decision, and several respondents declared they would feel irresponsible taking an uncertain vote. Many students reported taking hours over multiple nights to research the ballot. STEM respondents claimed an overwhelming interest in voting, but felt their schedules made it difficult to participate properly. But the non-STEM students were still onto something. A lack of research time may have been the direct ballot barrier for potential STEM voters, but part of why they feel they need so much research time is because their classes offer little crossover with current events and civic engagement. A plurality of STEM students reported that the election was not brought up in the classroom at all. But 87% of STEM respondents said they want policies which affect their field to be discussed in their courses. So this does point to a gap in STEM education regarding institutional willingness to address policy. So where do we come in? How can we help STEM students bridge this gap? Register. Set up voter registration tabling outside of the computer science building. Host registration competitions between the different engineering colleges. Table at undergraduate research symposiums. Send registration-related links to STEM clubs asking them to forward the info to their listservs. Educate. Co-host programming that shows the unique relationship between a particular STEM field and policy or civics. This one is trickier than it seems. Remember, STEM students are strapped for time. You may overwork yourself putting together a live stream policy discussion featuring geology faculty, only for very few students to tune in. What are the hot topics in the field? Can professors offer extra credit for student participation? Would shorter video clips on YouTube be more accessible than an hour-long panel? You may not have to reinvent the wheel. Look for existing online resources like podcasts and find new ways to funnel these resources to the students. Engage. Prepare flyers with a list of clubs or local orgs to join based on a cause. When tabling, ask students about their interests. An engineer might hint that they like the potential that new machinery has for medical developments, so maybe hand them a flyer for the Robotic Prosthetics Club. Direct computer science students to mentoring opportunities with Girls Who Code and hackathons. This will help students find a community that goes beyond their coursework, which is a necessary step in discovering one's civic identity. Turnout. This might be easy if the previous steps were thoroughly followed for each and every STEM student, but just in case, let's be creatively prepared. Events like the University of Florida's Battle of the Ballots bring lighthearted competitive fun into the mix by asking students to not only vote for themselves, but for the colleges which host their majors. Within all of these steps should be the reminder that STEM students are not a monolith. International and undocumented students are common STEM groups whose political concerns may not exactly be centered on their science. A professor who speaks eloquently on environmental science policy, yet misgenders students, is a dangerous voice to feature. But you won't have to guess at a student's interests if you just ask them. You won't have to hunt for event speakers if you're in close contact with existing STEM orgs. So, in every step, let us do the most to put these students first by reaching out to offer genuine support and long-term interest in collaboration. Check out stemocracy.org for more information, and please feel free to reach out and schedule a team meeting with me if you'd like to chat more about ideas or involve your school in my research. Thank you, and stay safe.
flowing today. Now I know you're just about halfway through the day, but there's still time to dance. So let's do it. 5, 6, 7, hop with me. Take the arms up. Run it out with me. Let's go. 5, 6, 2 steps up, 2 steps back. Let's go. Up, back, back. Just like that. Slide right to left. 3, 2, 1, let's go. 2 up, 2 back. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Stay here. Rock the hips out. Hup. Feel that groove and move. That's it. 4, 3, 2. Roll the energy all the way up. Here we go. That's right, y'all. So when November rolls around, I want you and all your friends to get out there and vote. Rock it all the way to the ballot. Let's get it.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Intersectional Advocacy at the Polls panel. Today, we have two phenomenal women joining us. We have the awesome Blair Imani, as well as Kimberly Jones. Hey, ladies, how are you doing today?
Good. I'm doing fabulous. Thank you.
Good, good. We're so happy to have you here with us, and I'm super excited to be moderating today's panel. So without further ado, you all are your biggest cheerleaders. You know, you're doing the work every day. So I'm going to have you all introduce yourself to the world. So let's start with you, Blair.
Sure. So my name is Blair Imani. I use she, her pronouns. I come from the intersecting identities of Blackness. I'm bisexual. I'm Muslim. I'm a woman. I am an author and a historian. So you're going to have to limit my responses because I know as a historian I could go into too much detail. But I'm really excited to be here and to be talking about the work that we're doing. Shout out my book. So my first book is called Modern Herstory, and my second book is called Making Our Way Home, The Great Migration and the Black American Dream, and they're available for purchase.
You got to plug. Thank you so much for being here. And how about you, Kimberly?
My name is Kimberly Jones. I also use she, her pronouns. I identify as an old Black lady. And people always think that I'm like, I get all these invites for like millennials of today. And I'm like, Gen Xer. I know Gen X is very quiet and we've let millennials and boomers fight it out, but we exist. And so I am an author, filmmaker, community activist. Most people know me from my viral video, How Can We Win? I also am a mom. I have a 14-year-old brilliant boy who thinks that I'm stupid, which challenges me every day to educate myself. Some people call me the Black Storian. Just because I've been studying our history since I was about 9 or 10 years old when I was taking after school classes down at the DuSable Museum in Chicago where I grew up. And now I am an AT-alien, and that's it in a nutshell. Oh, and I also have a book. I write for young adults, so I have a YA novel called I'm Not Dying With You Tonight, and I have a second YA novel that'll be out next year called I Will Fly Again. And you can find anything Kim at my website, which is kimjoneswrites.com.
Awesome. Congratulations to the both of you. And my name is Courtney Richardson. I lead creative strategy at Paper Magazine. And I've been asked to moderate today and be in your presence. So I'm super stoked. So let's get into things. So what prompted both of you to get into advocacy work, especially voting in particular?
Like I said, I grew up in Chicago, and I'm one of 7 kids. I'm the baby of 7 kids. And so when you have that many children, my parents had to always find activities to keep us busy, especially in Chicago, which I don't need to tell you what happens in Chicago. So they wanted to keep us like focused and busy. And so I went to after school programs at the DuSable Museum, at the ETA, but most importantly, at Operation Push Rainbow Coalition, which is where I spent a lot of time in my formative years. And of course, being there, they taught us the importance of voting, not just voting, but of lobbying, of just how important the judicial branch is and how voting has such a hardcore effect on that. And so that's always been something that was implanted in me at a very young age. That was super important. I had a personal experience, here in Georgia, where I was one of the people who my vote got thrown out when Stacey Abrams was running against Kemp, and I'm part of the class action lawsuit that is suing him. And it's one thing, right? Exactly. It's one thing to know about voter suppression. It's a whole nother thing to experience it, because even for those of us who fight against it, in our minds, we're fighting for it for people who are elderly, for people who are financially disenfranchised. So for it to happen to me in the way that it did, it made me realize how serious, severe, and consistent people are on trying to suppress votes.
Yeah, it's a shame. And so for you to actually experience something like this, I'm sure it makes the work even, you don't take it in vain.
Mm-hmm.
And Blair, what prompted you to get into advocacy work, especially voting?
So it's interesting because so often, just what you said, Kimberly, it's not that we were today I'm going to fight for freedom. It's no, you're constantly confronted with dealing with nonsense. I call it American nonsense, but it's American white supremacy, American capitalism, colonization, imperialism, etc. Nonsense is faster, but I'm not just saying fun and games. It's serious. And so when it comes to talking about voting in particular, of course I grew up with the kind of that story arc about how we fought for it so heavily, the Civil Rights Act, Voting Rights Act, and how it's our sacred duty to vote. And in California, a lot of folks vote by absentee ballot, and so I was very familiar with that. But when I moved to go to school in Louisiana, I kind of had my political orientation shifted, not so much that I shifted my identities or my ideas. It was that I was kind of woken to the moment. I had grown up in this, post-racial bubble, grew up fair skinned with curly hair. Everyone, Corbin blue was popular, being mixed race was in. So I had this kind of idea, Obama's president, we were free, everything's fine. But, that's a myth. And when I moved to school in Louisiana and I immediately started, confronting my Black identity in a way that was different from how I grew up, because I had no delusions about my racial identity. I had no confusion about being a Black woman. But when I got to the South and people were like, hey, light bright, I was like, what is this? What? I knew what colorism was, but as far as how it impacted my identity, it was just such a difference. And so going back to voting, having things getting an absentee ballot. I just recall when Mary Landry was running for re-election and how folks had to drive back home to their individual parishes so that they could vote locally with the one that was, because they were registered at home. They weren't able to re-register at LSU where I went to school. So that was something that was interesting. And then I also started to look at lobbying as well, like you were saying, Kimberly, because I realized that, okay, well, I'm not a registered voter in Louisiana. How can I make change? And I was like, well, I can dress cute and I can talk well. So let me show up to the state capitol when I'm not in school and talk to these people about how they need to make laws that protect LGBTQ families. Because at that time, I'm not sure of the case now, but you could get fired, you could get removed from your housing for being gay on this idea of religious freedom. So when I converted to Islam and I started seeing how these same people who were talking about religious freedom was trying to infringe on Islamic and Jewish ability to worship and Black Christian ability to worship, it really started to kind of activate me in a way where I was thinking and still very much think that we can't just talk about voting in a vacuum, which I don't think we're here to do whatsoever, but it's about looking at the entire framework, breaking that down and making it work for us.
Yes, absolutely, 100% agree with you. And, sort of being a part of an overall marginalized community, it is tough, and you all are sort of standing on the front lines on behalf of so many people. And, we're thankful for, your social justice work and for speaking up and speaking out. But how does marginalized communities, how do they overcome the barriers that they face, not only every day, but overall when it comes to inequalities such as voter oppression or identity injustices?
Well, I think the first thing that we have to recognize is we have to stop giving like a pass to white supremacy to sit back and be inactive in this process. Like, racism is not a Black issue that white people need to empathize with. It is their problem that they created that they need to fix. So it's not my job to like absolve you of your, supremacy in my DMs and tell you what it is that you need to do. Like, you got the same Google I got. You need to be figuring out how we got here and then working towards fixing it and creating plans that fix it. They are not unfamiliar with the atrocities that we are facing every day. I'm not unfamiliar with redlining. They are not unfamiliar with the $23 billion that's spent annually more on educating white children than educating children of color. These are not mysteries to people, but what has happened is people have become complacent and comfortable in holding on so heavily to their construct of whiteness and the privilege that provides them, is that they don't actually want to do the work, because somehow I don't know that people in this country have decided, they're like a bad romantic relationship, and that, they think because, they're cheating, then you must also be cheating. It's like, no, you want to ravage, kill, and dominate over people. Black people are like the nerds of the universe. We have no desire for that. We just want to be given the justice that is deserved. And mostly what we really want for people is for people to stay out of our way and allow us to thrive in a way that we're capable of doing if we're not faced with things like voter suppression, if we're not faced like by being over policed, if we're not faced by redlining, if we're not faced by poor education and making a percentage of what our white counterparts make when we have the same education. So at the end of the day, there is a lot of work to be done in our community, but a lot of the work has to be done outside of our community. A lot of the work is not our responsibility, because we are not the people who are actively engaging and keeping this oppression going. It is the oppressor that is now responsible to take their proverbial foot off of our neck.
Absolutely. We didn't invent the constructs that they placed upon us hundreds of years ago. Mm-hmm. What do you think,
And I've been talking about white paternalism a lot recently, and how, well, not recently, but like specifically recently, I did an Instagram post about it, and I have so many folks who are like you were saying, Kimberly, trying to absolve themselves of their sins through my DMs. And then people, when I was like shutting down my DMs, then I started getting alms in the form of Venmo transactions, where people were like trying to message me on that platform. And I was like, mad, but I'm like, I'll take it. But anyway, like it's really interesting. But when you start talking about white paternalism and this idea that white people have a duty to intervene in the lives of Black, Indigenous, and or people of color, BIPOC, then it starts to fit in together. And I was trying to make this very clear example to people that when we are more focused on moving the 10% of Black folks who have expressed interest through polling in voting for Trump, instead of the 46% of white people that are interested in voting for Trump, that's a problem. When we're more interested, and not we, but when white folks are more interested in talking to a Black person that they have no business talking to or interacting with or meeting with or knowing, instead of talking to their mother and their cousin and their uncle and themselves, that's a problem. And so those are really the things that have to be conflated. But white paternalism is the reason that Black people are not left alone. I remember like the first time I was like a young kid, the first time I heard about the idea that like Black people don't have to interact with police, it was just such like a mind-boggling moment for me, because I was like, yeah, like why is this something that I've accepted? And that's because of white supremacy and this idea that we have to be watched, that we have to be monitored, that the war on drugs was good for us, that enslavement was good for us, that, we can't direct our own lives. And it is so harmful, and truly it can be found in all these different ways. And the reason why I'm more intent on using the terms white paternalism is because it is the confluence of white supremacy and paternalism, and how that interacts with patriarchy and race and gender, etc. And when, instead of white saviorism, which still sounds like it's somewhat of a good thing because you have the word savior in there, you're not saving anyone. It's white detrimentalism, if anything. It's the process where we are constantly prevented from directing our own futures, instead of looking at the case studies of how many times it hasn't worked when y'all tried to be in charge. So that's what we have to reckon with. It's not so much that it's hard to be Black in America, it's that it's hard to be Black in an anti-Black state.
Right, it's exhausting, right? It's really white fragility that we're kind of fighting up against as well. So when should future voters start kind of learning about, their voting rights. I'm sure we have a lot of young people who are watching, who are underage, or, people who are of age, but haven't started really kind of being active and getting into activism. Like, when is the right time to go ahead and sort of hit the ground running, if you will?
I think that it's definitely not something that should start when you turn 18 and you register to vote. I also acknowledge that, I was one of I think 5 Black kids at the school that I went to, the high school I went to in San Marino. And we had a dedicated assembly on how to fill out a ballot, how to fill out a voter registration form. We had voter registration forms available in the office. We had resources to be able to do that work because we weren't, we had that, because this is kind of a, an economically wealthy and advantaged area. There's an emphasis on, okay, now let's empower these folks because they are smart enough to make the decisions. You have the school right up the street, South Pasadena High School, completely different dynamic where it's okay, well, you have metal detectors coming into the classroom. There's just such a difference in the policing and the paternalism and how people are treated. And that goes all the way down to a teacher's ability to talk about voting, because of course we have to monitor what's going into those kids' minds because they're different somehow. And they're more criminalized and they're treated completely differently. But I just know that growing up in this kind of white school system with wealthy white people and people of color as well, because there's a high Asian population, there was a complete difference in how we looked at civic duty, things like jury duty, things like voting. Protest was not part of the conversation. Running for office was part of the conversation. So it's very much interesting how you learn about how to vote when you are coming from a position of power versus coming from a position of of disadvantage, of not having privilege or of oppression. So I think that's the first thing, is recognizing why some kids are taught and why some kids aren't. There was, the Youth in Government program, the Young Republicans program, some of the most, fortified initiatives about voting were funded by the California Republican Party. So that's part of it too, because you have to look at the folks who are economically advantaged and then interested in upholding certain systems. So it's not so much to say that there's some kid out there who's just not activated because nobody's talked to them about voting. What lay kids get to talk about voting, and when I say lay kids, I'm not saying kids that are less intelligent. I'm saying your average kid that doesn't come from privilege, the first voting conversation they're going to see is an MTV commercial. I think, speaking for our generation, an MTV commercial that says vote or die. How is that more helpful than learning how to fill out a ballot or how to fill out a voter registration form? So it's intentional misinformation. It's an intentional uneducation that's happening that has to be fought against. But I think a lot of times what we see on the Democratic side, on the liberal side, is this idea that kids don't vote because they're not excited about it, because they don't care, and because they're not confident enough. And it's these kids are plenty confident. These kids aren't given the tools and resources that they need. You can't Google something about voting if you don't even know that it exists to be able to search for. So that's something that I think needs to be tackled as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think the lobbying piece is a really important piece that people don't talk about and don't teach people. I found it really fascinating, Blair, that you're saying that, the young Republicans were so active, because those are the spaces in which people learn things like lobbying and the importance of it. People have this vision of lobbying that it's something that's done when you have a quadrillion dollars, that, that it's not indicative of just going down to City Hall and standing up for yourself and being there at the meetings and knowing that you want to participate in advocacy for a particular subject and, galvanizing the people around you and getting petitions signed. And if, there is some fundraising involved in it sometimes, but that it's something that the average person can do. They think of it as something that they've watched on Scandal, where there's, millions of dollars and people are running around in suits and, sneaking in dark corners and having conversations with high powered people. And it's no, mostly what affects you is your local legislation, and you have the ability to have an effect on your local legislation. And so there are a couple guys that I follow online, so I can't take credit for this, but they make T-shirts that say we tell poor people to vote and rich people to lobby, and it's because we're not actually active in our judicial system, active in our legislator, and the way in which people who have the income, and more importantly than the income, the education to do so. The other thing is, I think we need to start challenging some of the systemic norms, right? We rail against the systemic norms, but we're not picking those apart. We're just trying to work within the system. And it's at this point where we have to realize that we have to be disruptors and we have to dismantle some of those things. You're 18 years old And you can go off to war and be killed for this country, but you can't run for a city council seat. You can't be a comptroller. You can't be a county commissioner, which makes no sense to me. You know what I mean? Because there are some young people who are very excited about what they could do. And most of these jobs, most people don't even understand what's happening down there at City Hall. Most of these jobs, like commissioner jobs, they're part-time jobs. These are not full-time jobs. You could very well be a full-time student and a part-time commissioner. Mm-hmm. And so we have to start dismantling the system that does not allow, young people to get involved in an active way and view it as a career, as opposed to this distant thing that has nothing to do with them.
Absolutely. And so, I just want to, just like add on to that a little bit. Like, I totally, like, the whole lobbying versus voting, like, I definitely was groomed to lobby. Like, they taught us how to wear a suit. They taught us so many different things through this regional occupation program, which was part of the California state curriculum. And it was about how to create a resume and how really to go over the head of hierarchy and climb this ladder. And that was, so intimately connected to this idea of white entitlement and entitlement to the system. And I think there's a big difference in who has felt historically, I know that there's a huge difference in who has felt historically entitled to taking advantage of a system and who has felt that they need to work around it and work within it. But I think, yes, absolutely, like this idea that now we have to disrupt, it is so absolutely essential at this moment that even when we look at who has historically had advantage and who hasn't, that the moment is absolutely right now to get beyond your own like limits of imagination on what the future can look like. And that's a process I'm constantly doing with myself.
So outside of events like this, how can young people learn further about voter disenfranchisement?
I can say here in my state, in Georgia, we have an amazing program called the New Georgia Project, which Stacey Abrams was one of the founders of the New Georgia Project. And it's an app, right? So they are, not only are they making it, are they doing the work, but they're also targeting young people and knowing, like, if they hand out a flyer or make a robocall or any of those kind of dated modalities, they're not going to get to young people. So they created an app. And so with that app, you can see like who's running in your district. You can check information to make sure that you're on the voter roll, that if you've been purged from the voter roll, what you need to do to get back on that roll. A lot of people don't know in certain states, if you haven't voted in the past 2 elections, you're purged, and not illegally purged. You're legally purged from the voter roll if you haven't voted in 2 federal elections in a row. So a lot of times that's what happened with the last presidential election, is people were disenfranchised and hadn't voted in a while, and they felt like, okay, this time I'm going to go do it, and then went and realized they had been purged because they hadn't voted for 2 federal terms. And so the app gives you a lot of information about that and how to find that information. And I've been told that there are comparable apps and programs and systems in other states that people can look up to. But we're also going to have to get back to like some old school techniques that work, right? We're going to have to like start setting up tables and throwing a tablecloth in front of it in places and spaces where we know that young people are, and just like hardcore giving people the information. But we're also going to have to make it concise because this is, outside of living in this current dystopian novel that we're living in, for the most part, people have very busy schedules and they don't have 30 minutes to give to you at your table, which is why people don't stop at those tables, because they don't want to hear a full manifesto on what it is that you're trying to get done. But if we can come up with like concise ways to deliver that message, quick postcards that we could even just say to people, hey, if I could just have 1 minute of your time, and the rest of the information you're going to need is going to be on this postcard that I'm going to put in your hand. And if that's not enough, there's a link to the app that you can download from, your Apple Store, Play Store on the postcard. Like, we're really going to have to get concise and consistent about how we're disseminating information so that people can get it in one place and it's clear and it's in lay terms, because again, like Blair was saying, everyone doesn't have access to this information. You to have like some convoluted, overthought out declaration on what you need to do and how you need to do it. And even though we are like, well, I shouldn't have to just tell people what to do and where to do. Well, right now we're talking about productivity. And so, yeah, you need to tell people what to do and where to do it.
Great.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In the past, I've worked as like civic action lead at all these different a few different startups, not a bunch, but a few different startups that were trying to look at like voter education and specifically like youth activation. And there was so much more resources and time spent asking why don't kids do this, or like how can we activate the youth vote, than it was actually trying to do anything. And I'm such a strong believer in this idea that, you know, as we look at racist paternalism, we also have to look at ageist paternalism, and how like a lot of these young people, because, you know, like I'm a millennial, but like looking at Gen Z, like they have grown up in such a diametrically different world. Like I grew up kind of in this information age, like always having internet access in my house, which again can follow along like classist lines. But looking at how these young people grew up, there's always been a war going on, seeing mass shootings, seeing, you know, conversations about politics happening in the media, seeing like a new accessibility level, like seeing that, you know, AOC posted like a super apt video on her like Instagram story where she calls herself like a bad bitch. Like this is a different time. And I think it's really like cherishing that moment, but also understanding the fact that there's young people who have not even finished, you know, middle school, who are talking on TikTok in like their 30-second conversations about voter disenfranchisement. They're talking about like overbilling and how to like register your family for health insurance. The kids know what they're doing. It's about, I think, a lot of times getting out of their way and making sure that you're supporting them. It's something that Ella Baker absolutely believed in, this idea that, okay, if we're going to have SNCC, we're going to make sure that the adults are there to support, but only at the request of the young people. So it's kind of a shift that needs to happen. It's about looking at decentralized leadership when it comes to like grassroots organizations, but also really empowering young people and not talking down to them, because that can be so disempowering. Like psychological studies show it. When you come at a kid, and that's anybody who's younger than me, like I'm 26, so everyone younger than me is a kid. But if you come to somebody and you're saying like, hey, this is what you're doing wrong, you're disempowering them, because you don't honestly know. If you haven't spoken to that kid yet, you don't know what they're doing right and what they're doing wrong. If you're starting your ad by saying, so many young people don't care to vote, instead of like, hey, how can we help? You know, like it's a difference. So I'm seeing folks like, you know, before this dystopian novel, as you said, Kimberly, seeing like rappers like Chance the Rapper have voting registration, having folks like check your voter registration just as you're like moshing and chilling in the crowd. Like that's such an empowering and important part. And there's this idea that we have to return to civic life. It needs to be stated at a fundamental level that civic life did not include people who look like anybody on this talk. That civic life was extremely segregated, and by segregated I mean Black people didn't have anything and white people were able to, you know, be involved in public affairs. And in fact, a fundamental tenet of white supremacy is access to public life and public affairs. And so there's this idea that as we deconstruct white supremacy, that, oh no, we can't let these uneducated people come into this space, they'll ruin everything. Well, y'all have done a terrible job trying to maintain it in your way, so let's reimagine the system. But as far as like activating young people and pushing them and stuff, like they really know what they need, especially at a time where they've had access to information that I had to go through an encyclopedia series to find, and it was outdated by the time I got to it. They can find things up to the moment, they're tuned in. It's really about being there as a resource. That's what I try to do. But it's also like one of those things is I've seen young people here in San Marino even like making sure that the school is registered as a place to vote, register to vote, to fill out forms, to find forms, to learn how to fill out forms with volunteer students during the lunch hour or after school. And then also being a voting location, which might look different because of the pandemic, but these things are important. And I think young people should just be, encouraged to remember that, especially if you're going to a public school, we can't just look at a syllabus or what you're learning as it being top down, even though so often it is because we are teaching to a test. But the fact is, you are a constituent of that small school. And if we look at a school like a government, and if we understand that bylaws and constitutions should be made by the people, then think of your teachers and think of your administrators as leaders in government, and really understand the fact that you can help to create this constitution, the syllabus, and be in charge or be a fundamental part of what you end up learning. So you are part of the solution. It's really just about, like I said, getting rid of that limitations of imagination and start to learn from other kids. But this is already happening. Nothing that I'm saying is news to these young people.
Yeah, for sure. Kimberly, you had mentioned word of mouth and the power of that, right? Like sort of being in person, being on the ground. And then Blair, you're saying the power of technology, the power of social media, the power of pop culture. And I think those two, we both need them. But as Kimberly was saying, they need to be concise. They need to be accurate. And I think, Blair, like you're saying, Gen Z is definitely, unafraid to really kind of dig, research, and find information and educate themselves. So that's super powerful. So Kimberly, you talked a little bit about how you face, voter oppression. But I kind of want to dive into that a little more. Like, how have you all personally faced any type of barriers when it came to voting?
Yeah, so I definitely I checked everything to make sure that my name should have been on the roll, that my vote should have been counted, and I did everything correct. Everything was above. And here's the interesting part. One of my girlfriends who is Asian American, we did early voting. And so she came and picked me up, and we went in my neighborhood, which is a predominantly Black neighborhood. And we voted together, and both of us were missing our vote, or both of our votes were missing when we kept checking. Online. She did a mail-in of her husband, and when she did a mail-in of her mother, and her husband had gone to do early voting in their neighborhood, which was a predominantly white neighborhood. His vote was fine. Her mother's vote was fine. So then together, she and I are like, interesting. So we went down to, we called and we complained and we did all this stuff. And we got a phone call from the Georgia Dems saying, hey, we're getting a lot of these phone calls. We got a lot of them from the district in which this happened to you. And we're putting together a class action suit. Can you come down and fill out this paperwork and sign this affidavit and be a part of this class action lawsuit? And we were like, we can't get down there quick enough. We wish we had wings. So, we started to fight it that way. But also, one of the things that I did was I became like William Tell. I was running through the town. I was on my social media. Anybody who would ask, if someone didn't ask, I would say, I know you didn't ask, but and started talking about it, because what it did was it launched other people to go, let me check my vote. Oh, let me call the voter board myself and make sure that I'm okay. Oh, that happened to you. Let me see. And what happened was not just myself, but many other people who were involved were doing the same thing. And so what happened is it started this wave, and tons of people were going, me too, me too, me too, me too. And next thing you know, there's probably 30,000 people named in this lawsuit, which is why we feel confident that, we may have a good look, because it's this happened to this many people in the state at a time in which our now governor was Secretary of State. I don't even know how that's legal, that you can run for governor and be the secretary, be over the vote, which is, fascinating information. But because of that, now I really have dug deep into making sure that people understand the vote and understand lobbying and understand showing up for city meetings and understand all of the laws that are related to that. I just did an IG Live recently with civil rights attorney Gerald Griggs, who's also a vice president of our Georgia branch of the NAACP. And I had him go through all the amendments and all the voting laws on IG Live, and allowed people to ask questions and dig in and get the information that they needed. Because even though we are asking people to do actionable items, and we should. I give people actionable items on my IG page every Tuesday. And if they ask me questions about them, I give them snarky answers like, I don't know, what do you think? Because this is not a space for me to help you. This is a space for you to do the research. But one of the things that also is key and essential to all of this is the passing of information amongst us. We all have to pass information amongst us. And so with me having my own poor experience and having my vote suppressed, what I realized is if no one had told me that I could call and check on my vote, I wouldn't have even known. So that piece of information was so critical and essential to all of us who are part of this lawsuit. Just someone telling us, you can check, you can call the voter registration board and check and see if your vote was counted. And we're like, no, I didn't know that information. And all of us getting just that piece of information has put us in the position we're in now. So when it comes to fighting anything, just don't assume that people know, because guess what? None of us know everything. There's not one person on this earth who knows everything. You can be the most educated person in the world. You can have 65 PhDs, have spent your life going to school, and there's still going to be so much that you don't know. And so how we assist each other in fighting voter suppression and fighting all of this is to continue to talk about it in an educational way, not talking out of the side of our necks, because I say all the time, I'm no longer in a heart fight. I gave up the heart fight a long time ago. I'm now realizing that we are in a serious head fight. And so you have to be heady and thoughtful and organized and synchronized in how we're going about this fight. But that's part of it, is that when we have, good information, then, rest in peace, John Lewis, then it's time for us to get in good trouble. And part of that good trouble is going to be the sharing of information.
Amen.
Preach. Blair, do you want to add anything?
I honestly don't have anything to add. That was exemplary, as always. I think that it's so, like, in my own personal experience, like, going from being able to, like, do absentee ballots to, like, then having to fight to be able to do absentee ballots once I was registered, once I did get my Louisiana license, moving up to DC, and then suddenly, like, as soon as I registered to vote in DC, my older sister, like, you just threw your vote away because DC doesn't have statehood, and so that looks different when you in terms of representation and what that means. And so it was really interesting for me to see kind of how it shifts even within systems that are supposed to be working perfectly. But as you were talking, Kimberly, it made me think about, the people who are saying things like go vote, register to vote, etc., but then don't give their employees time off. And this actually happened to me where I was late to work, and because my boss, who was a white woman, she could easily vote in her area of New York because her area of New York wanted to make sure that everybody was able to vote. My area of New York, no, we had to go up, like a bunch of different rickety stairs, use the elevator that was questionable. This thinking, presently how that's going to work on election day, there's just no way to socially distance in places where public housing is then used. Well, one, where public housing is, and then also where public housing is used for voting and for voter engagement. Why? Because public housing, as it was created in the United States, especially in New York City, wasn't created for people to thrive and to be able to live or to be able to access public space. It was to hide people away who are living in poverty. It's a very capitalist construction that is also overlaid with, again, paternalism, surprise, and white supremacy. And so I was thinking about that and how, I had to wait because there are people who they didn't have enough forms in Spanish. They didn't have enough forms and adequate information. Then they had to fire one person and redo a lot of the votes because she was coaching people in her, hopes to educate folks. She's accidentally telling people how to vote. And so how all these differences come together. And then I get into the office, Blair, you're late. Okay, well, I was voting, my whole job is to vote. It's what? And so, but she was like, well, it took me 5 minutes and I got on the train. And I was like, well, you live in a white neighborhood. I only worked there for 6 months. You can see where on LinkedIn, because I'm not going to drop names, but you'll be able to deduce. And it was just such a difference. And then I contrast that with my time working at Planned Parenthood, where, you had ample time. If there was something locally happening, because I worked at Planned Parenthood at the national level, as we talked to our affiliates, if it was an election day, you might have been treating it like a paid holiday. You might have been on call for that day, but you had the time to do it. And it's really the difference between organizations that walk the walk and talk the talk, as far as supporting voter initiatives, but also look at their real life, and people who are interested in not having, or who are not interested in having an analysis, but claim to be doing the work or to be doing all of the work. It's just so duplicitous. I think the duplicitousness because on the one hand you have somebody saying something and that sounds good, but like Kimberly said, they're talking out the side of their neck and they're full of shit.
Drops mic, basically. So with the intersection of technology and social media, how do the both of you see spreading, information about voting? How do you see that sort of changing in the future? We kind of touched on it a little bit, but
I think it's utilizing technology for specifically for this moment, this amazing magical moment that we're having right now, makes all the sense in the world. I say it all the time jokingly, but it's true. It's imagine if Martin Luther King had Facebook. What a difference it would have been in terms of getting the message across. I mean, they managed to put together the bus boycott, for well over a year, with just word of mouth and commitment from people, and almost put the bus company out of business, which is why they had to come up with, better behavior. It wasn't because they had a change of heart and were so nice. It took them over a year to have that change of heart. I think that's what you're seeing now with a lot of these companies and corporations that now all of a sudden have a new tune. Ain't your mama, you've known that was racist for a century now. Don't pretend like now all of a sudden you've had some wide awakening, and you know that that woman on that box is insulting and difficult for us to look at. And so, but I think what you're seeing is because of technology, we really do live in a global economy. We really do live in a global understanding. And so it's like, you know, someone can post a video of George Floyd and the world sees it.
Right.
That was not the case, not even for Rodney King, not even for, you know, definitely not for what was going on in the civil rights era. We can even go further back, not for what was going on during, you know, the shifts in Reconstruction. Like this has been a game changer. And if we utilize it properly, which I think to a certain degree we have, right? If we utilize it properly, what happens is you don't just get the people on the block on your side. We have the world walking and marching right now. I get phone calls every day from places like Australia, and I had a phone call the other day from Ghent, Belgium, and you know I'm talking to people in South Africa and London, and I did a Zoom call with all the Black members of Parliament this week, and so we have an opportunity through technology to have a global conversation, but also more importantly to get global allies. And global accomplices in this fight that we're in. And so if we're strategic, even about that, I love Sonia Renee Taylor. Like I always jokingly tell her that, like, you know, I need her consent, but she's my girlfriend. And one of the things that she and I talk about all the time is her buyback Black debt program that she has, where she basically is like, look, if y'all not going to give us reparations, then you have to understand the economic disparagement that has happened to Black people and how you have participated in it and how you have benefited from it. So if you're really sorry, don't Venmo me $50. I'm going to post some Black people that have some debt that needs to be purchased, and you need to purchase it. And so she's had people like pay off people's student loans and credit card debt and all of this stuff through her buyback Black debt program. But she and I were talking about it, and it doesn't just come from the US. She gets it from people in London. She gets it from people in Germany. She gets it from all of these people who know that they have, you know, an obligation to do some work. It's, you know, it's like a deadbeat dad. Like if he finally shows up with a cookie, you don't say like, oh my God, it's so brilliant you've shown up with the cookie now that the child is 8 and I've been tending to the child all my long. Like, I'm not giving you guys any cookies for this behavior that you're doing right now. You did this. This is your mess to clean up. You're cleaning it up. I don't clap my hands and say, you, look at you, because you're cleaning up your mess now, and you're not even cleaning up all the way right just yet. So you still definitely don't deserve a cookie. We'll see. The jury's still out. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. It's still a hot mess.
Yeah, it's still a total and complete hot mess. But I went around the bend and back again to say that, you know, technology and the utilization of technology is a serious part in that, because even with what you're seeing with these companies, they're not just reacting because we're saying something, because we've been saying stuff since 2014 with Mike Brown. We've been saying something since Trayvon Martin. We've been saying something since Rodney King. We've been saying something since, you know, the sharecroppers that were killed in 1929. Like, what is happening is the fear is there because due to technology, due to our global imprint, the world is looking and going, are you okay? No, you're not okay? Cancel. Are you all right? Oh no, you ain't all right, Nabisco. Canceled. And so the fear of that, the economic impact that technology has allowed this global conversation to have is what's going to make the difference. So I think we need to keep pushing the button and pushing the gas on that.
Absolutely. And I think it cannot be understated how like fundamental this has been. Even in like looking at my own career trajectory, I would not have published any books if it were not for technology. I would not have, like, there's just so many things. Like, would I even have been able to like figure out that LSU's history program was the best one for me? Would I even have finished the history program? Like, who knows? And it's just, it cannot be understated because, and it's also not new. Feminista Jones talks about how, you know, Twitter and Black Twitter directly connects to this idea of having so many diasporic Black peoples and African peoples, and how we created communication mechanisms even during enslavement when we literally did not speak the same languages as each other. Why? Because oppressors specifically divided us so that way we would be disoriented and unable to organize effectively, but we did it anyway. And there were revolts and there were, you know, taking over of enslavement ships and turning them back around and really trying to disrupt the system, not always to, you know, a final win, but the win is sometimes the fact that people mobilize and move forward. And so this is a continuation. I see folks saying, like, you can't have something be aesthetic and it be Black power. Excuse me, Black power. Let's talk about the Black Panther Party and how they didn't just show up in turtlenecks and afros that were perfectly symmetrical because they woke up that way. It was about using imagery and about using the current technology, which for them was having their own newspaper, having the 10-point program, having, you know, theories created by Bobby Seale and Huey Newton to then turn Black vocalization, Black beauty, the unbridled Black hair of the natural fro, and then turning that into a message. So people talk about this is performative, this is performative. Now performative means shallow, but you can have a performance, have a demonstration, and still have that be effective. That can happen on social media, that can happen online. We are human beings. We love a story, like from a psychological standpoint, again, we love a story, we love a narrative, we also love imagery, and that all feeds into our hearts and minds. But like Kimberly just said, it's not a hearts and minds conversation anymore. It's about using these things for the purpose of helping people to critically think and connect dots. I'll have a podcast episode coming up soon where I looked at the shark attacks that happened in 1916 and connecting to them to the fact that the United States government spent the equivalent of $120,000 to investigate 3 shark attacks than any of the 492 instances of lynchings that happened over Woodrow Wilson's presidency, even though he was the guy who organized a cabinet meeting the Monday, the Monday after the shark attacks. So when we look at technology, we have to also put it in context. So we have to put in context the fact that not everybody all over the world has internet access. We have to look at the fact that there's a privilege conversation. Why we have some of the most privileged and economically privileged voices on social media is because they have the access to the technology. They have internet connections. If you can't get on the internet or because you can't pay your phone bill, you can't tweet, we don't get to hear your voice. So it's not just this assumption that this is democratized or it's all equal now. It's about also overlaying the current state with the still existing systems of oppression that then influence whose voice is heard and when and how frequently. And that also comes down to looking at folks like, you know, the safety teams and whose Twitter accounts are taken down and whose aren't. The president, you know, it's really looking at these power dynamics and not looking at the vehicles through which we are telling stories and we are exchanging information, whether that's through TikTok or Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, WeChat, whatever. But understanding that those are not neutral vehicles, that those are also actors in the system, and those more often than not, work to the detriment of Black women, even though Black women tend to be the ones who are creating those spaces and making them trendy and fun and interesting, which you can learn more about with Feminista Jones' book, Reclaiming Our Space, highly recommend. But it's understanding the fact that those directly influence whiteness. And so we can, again, use these systems to our advantage, consult with these companies. I've done my fair share of conversations with, you know, safety teams at Instagram and Twitter. But more than that, it's making sure, you know, there's a conversation we need our own stuff. We cannot, we have to emphasize the fact that Black people, oppressed people, marginalized people, we are infinitely creative in using a system that was created to inherently oppress us for our advantage. So that needs to be said. And so, again, it's just for the folks who aren't marginalized to understand that these aren't neutral players. Nothing is neutral. Everything is political. Everything has an end goal, and it falls along the lines of oppression and privilege every day. You know, like looking at the clothes that you're wearing on your back, you have to look at the supply chain. You might just think, oh, this is just a shirt. No, this shirt is also political because somebody made this shirt. This materials were sourced from somewhere. That's going to follow along economic lines. And that's why when I see somebody saying, oh, I'm doing a fundraiser, I'm speaking up, I made these t-shirts for Black Lives Matter. It's like, yeah, congrats though. Those t-shirts were made in a sweatshop, and those sweatshop workers are Black and brown and Asian people. Those are BIPOC folks who you're now oppressing under the guise of raising money when you could have just wrote a check and saved your time.
Let that sit. Let that resonate for a little bit. Like, that is some deep. And I think what we're talking about, doing your research, like really do your research and really connect the dots, you know? We dropped a lot of gems here today, but what message would you all like to leave behind to the students?
The one thing that I would just say to the students is, like, get a plan, set a plan. You don't have to be all things to all people. You don't have to pick up all the fights. There are too many fights. There are so many fights. But there's somebody out there in the world working on each one. Find the thing that you are passionate about. Find the thing that speaks to you. Don't, one of my mentors, Yanaja Lone Wolf, she's like amazing because she is half Black, half Lakota. And so she's like in the Native American fight, and she is in the Black fight, and she's in the women's fight, and she's like in all these spaces. And sometimes I'm like, yo, take a nap. You just take a nap. But one of the things that she talks to me about and how she balances being in 3 full-on battles all the time is that she's like, I take my ego out of the things that I choose to do. And there are times when people are calling me and saying, hey, we're going to be in this space and we wanted you to come. And she'll say, no, she's learned to say, no, thank you. I'll pass. And she's like, because I've learned that ego will make me want to go so that I, because it's about the me, have a presence in this moment that is deemed an important moment, instead of saying, this thing is calling to me. I need to do, Spirit is telling me I need to do something about this. I feel a passion for this thing and I need to go. And she's like, when I don't feel that, after 20 years of being a warrior, she's like, when I don't feel that about something, I say no. And I let the people who are going to be consistent with it because they have a passion for it, take that fight on. And she's like, and so that's the thing that I say to young people. If you are passionate about literature and you think, hey, the textbooks in schools are incorrect, and I'm going to form a commission that's going to talk to all those people in Texas and get the textbooks changed, then you need to like dig in your heels on that and do that thing and get that thing done. Don't feel the need to meet me in Kentucky to march for Breonna Taylor. Don't feel the need to be down at Standing Rock and fight for the water. Like, don't feel the need to come to Atlanta and fight for Rayshard Brooks. Don't feel the need to have to, wave your flag for something else that is not your passion, when you can be productive digging in and getting those textbooks changed, which would make a world of difference. And I'm saying that because we all feel a sense of it, right? Like, oh my God, there's so many things. And like, I want to be helpful. So I want to do my piece on all the things and all of the callings. And it's like, you don't have to, my love. You just have to be productive, and you're super productive if you get the one dope thing done.
And I'm going to receive that as a direct message to me personally, because sometimes that's what you need to do. No, because sometimes you're put in places and spaces like, I made the joke with my friend that God works through Instagram too. I'm a religious woman, I'm a woman of faith. And, if you believe in God, then oftentimes you also believe that God works in mysterious ways. And sometimes those ways aren't mysterious. Sometimes those ways are very tangible. Sometimes things are a coincidence. Sometimes, especially when it comes to blessings, they aren't, because they're very much on purpose. And, what you said resonates so much with me, because I'm coming to peace with the fact that, I used to be a grassroots organizer. I was arrested in 2016 in the Baton Rouge protests. We are still suing Baton Rouge, the city of Baton Rouge. And it's one of those things where I thought that I could do it. I know in my heart that it's emotional and it's traumatic for me to go back into spaces that are, crowds, that are protests, just because the energy reminds me of going back to that place. That's, post-traumatic stress disorder. But in my infinite wisdom, I was like, okay, well, let me go down to the protest. It'll be fun. It'll be safe. And as soon as I got there, I started hyperventilating. I started crying. I could not be present in that moment. I was there, but I was not present. And it was, kind of a confirmation of this change that I made in myself, where I no longer do grassroots activism. I'm retired. But what I do now so much is being a historian, doing history telling, making sure that people can connect dots and put things in context. Because who else is making the connection between shark attacks and lynchings? And it's so important. Like, there's more nostalgia and more empathy and more stories made for 3 shark attacks than there are for any of the victims that were killed during that time period by lynching, by murderous mobs. And there's more fear in American culture of sharks than there are of white supremacists by other white people, even though white people have killed more people than sharks have killed in the same time period. So there's so many different things where I feel like I can be truly productive. So there's so much. You can't be everything to everyone. You have to specialize and do what you do and do it well. And it's something that Dr. Terry Roberts, who was one of the Little Rock Nine, told me, back when I was doing college activism, but it wasn't resonating with me. I was hearing it, but I wasn't listening. And so I cannot emphasize that enough. It's the fact that, you do what you do well, and let the other things fall by the wayside, because there are other people who do that well. And the last thing you want to do is unnecessarily take up space or be harmful or be unproductive or be harmful to yourself, because we want to live in the world that we are trying to create together. I'm not willing to be a martyr. I want to live in this better world. I want to make sure that we make it to that better world. I'm so grateful that Congressman John Lewis and C.T. Vivian were able to see this world. But it shouldn't be something that we cherish that they were able to become elders, but it is because so many of their contemporaries were assassinated and lives were extinguished. And so many people whose names we will never know because of violence, and how their lives, maybe they would have had more time with us if it were not for the systemic racism that they experienced. So these are important things to consider. I want to live in the world that I'm working to create. And that's something that I would want to leave students with. One last tidbit, some lagniappe, some little extra, with my Louisiana French, is that you can't change everybody. The thing that I get a lot with students and young people coming to me is that my friends are problematic in this group chat. What do I do, Blair? Let me tell you that I would rather be alone than in the company of oppressors. And sometimes when you're a young person, learning to become comfortable with yourself and with your loneliness and with being by yourself, and also knowing that being lonely and being by yourself are not the same things, because you can be lonely in a crowd of people, that really holding fast to your values and your integrity and not compromising that for anyone, you'll win in the end. And I'll tell you why, because I didn't change anything about myself growing up. Yes, I changed as a person, but I never had to fundamentally change who I was. And now everybody wants to hang out with me, people who bullied me, buy my books. So just remember the fact that you don't have to change who you are. When I mean we want to live in that world, that means you right now. It doesn't mean you have to transform or change who you are fundamentally, or change your values, or change what you hold sacred, as long as it's not problematic and white supremacist, in order to be in that better world.
Yeah, so definitely focus on one thing and have intention, right? I think that's the power of intention is so important, especially nowadays. So where can people follow you all? Where can they connect with you? And if there's anything coming up for either of you, please feel free to share.
People can find me if you go to my website, which is www.kimjoneswrites.com. That's rights, WRITES, because some people think it's like rights, but it's rights. If you go to kimjoneswrites.com, you can find everything me there. So you can find all my social media accounts. You can find my book. You can find my upcoming events. All of that stuff is there. I'm super excited because sometimes I think people don't realize that I'm also a filmmaker. So people know my novels, they know my social justice work, but I'm also a filmmaker. And one of the things that I'm super excited about is my novel, I'm Not Dying With You Tonight, is being made into a film. So I just got the second draft on the script, which I have to read and give notes on today.
Clap it up. Yes, yeah. Congrats.
Thank you. I'm like super excited about that. And so that film will be coming probably to some digital platform. We've been talking to our distributor, and we think that's going to be best to go digital in the world in which we currently live. But it'll be coming to a digital platform next year. So that's the one thing I want people to look out for is I'm Not Dying With You Tonight, the movie.
Awesome. I'm excited for that. For myself, I'm working really heavy on this podcast. I follow the legacy of Miss Sadie Roberts Joseph, whose life was taken last year. And she's the reason why I'm a historian. And she really impressed upon me the idea of being a public historian, which is not hiding away in the archives, but making plain the history that people have lived. You shouldn't have to pay to find out the truth about your ancestors, yet that's the case for so many different people. So I'm doing that through America Did What, which is a podcast hosted by myself and my friend and actual cousin, Kate Robards. She looks lily white. I do not, yet we are cousins because of the legacy of American slavery. And so it's been really interesting how we are these long lost relatives and how we've come together. So every episode comes out every 2 weeks. We discuss in a radio play format things that you might not connect. Like we talk about the GI Bill and redlining and the truth and lies about that. But the one that I'm really excited about is the shark attacks one, which is episode 3. And we're working on episode 4 right now, which is about the Tuskegee syphilis atrocities, which I refuse to call an experiment. It was an atrocity, and how white paternalism still is baked into how we tell these stories. Because we look at these, studies that will talk about how this was a racist study that shouldn't have happened, but they sure were ungrateful and should have been thankful. Like, no. So I really want to change the way history is told. I want to empower people to engage with history and make it easier to do so. And so I'll be doing that in various ways. You can connect with me. I answer I read all my Instagram DMs, I answer the ones that are worth answering, but I do ask you to keep your inquiry to 2 to 3 sentences, because by the time I look at it, my Ritalin will have worn off and it will be a struggle. So, I think this is a really important time. We can't unlive this past month, this past year, where there's been this groundswell of interest in anti-racism. We can't go backwards, but folks like me, folks like Kimberly, you, Courtney, we're not going to be the ones to let the moment down. It's going to be the folks who decide to lose interest because they can.
Yeah.
Right. They have the privilege to lose interest. Right. You, myself, and, us here, we don't. We have to. We're just a part of that. It's a part of our legacy, and so, I want to say just personally, thank you both so much. I see you. I hear you. I'm hoping that the people who've seen our panel today have seen you all and have heard you and have really received the information and are inspired and motivated to really make change. It's going to be essential come November. So that's going to be very, very important for us to really continue the work, continue engaging, continue having a discourse, and not giving up, no matter what. If we want to make change, we have to be the change, right? So I want to thank the Andrew Goodman Foundation for, although we are in a pandemic, they have found a way for the weekend to happen, regardless of us all sort of still being in quarantine and isolated and all over the US. But it's really nice for us to really kind of all come together and have community. So we're hoping that you all watching were able to take something from our panel today. And, we are here with you all. We're fighting. Please make sure that you support and have intention and just do the right thing. All right. Thank you all so much for joining us, Kimberly. It's been a blessing being in your presence. Thank you so much for participating. And Blair, it was great chatting with you too. So everyone, have a great rest of the day. Bye.
Thank you, Courtney. You're a great moderator.
Oh, thank you.
Bye.
Okay, I'm here. How's it going, man? Trevor Moore, nice to meet you.
Good to meet you, Brian. Good to meet you, man. Out here in the bubble, man, getting it done.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna tell you a little bit about myself. Like I said, Trevor Moore, from Houston, Texas. Originally just transferred from the University of Cincinnati to Morgan State out in Baltimore. Crazy transaction, but we're making the most of it. 2 brothers, 2 sisters. A little bit about my background: mom, dad, household. Only one in the family to go to college.
Commend you on that, man. I commend you on being the only one from your family to go to college. It's definitely not something you should take lightly. You know what I mean? Definitely, making, having the courage to make the jump from Cincinnati, and doing what you're doing. So I definitely commend you on that as well. You know what I mean? Before everything came about, I had a chance to kind of check up on your story a little bit, man. So, I commend you for that understanding that, it is a huge leap, you know what I'm saying? But betting on yourself and double, having a lot of faith in yourself, double down, man. Understand platform, brother. You have a platform that a lot of people, are watching to see. You know what I'm saying? And I think that, if you guys, with this platform, then, more people will have to watch, and then more people watch, and then more money goes into the HBCUs. And then when more money goes into the HBCUs, the more student athletes the HBCUs. So you guys are setting a trend, man, and I'm happy for you guys, man. Slightly jealous, man. I wish my era would have thought of this, man. You guys sharp, man. Y'all on top of it.
Oh man. Yeah, we trying, man. We gonna make it. We gonna make it happen. Especially Morgan State. We gonna make it happen for sure. So what can you give me the rundown on a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, man. 17th, season in the NBA. 3-time champion. Born and raised in Miami, Miami, Florida, Liberty City. Went to University of Florida. And I wasn't drafted. I did, had a great college career. Had a lot of teams say they were going to draft me, and I just wasn't drafted. I had probably one of the lowest points of my life, you know what I'm saying? So I took the opportunity to go to France, played in France for 9 months. And, literally for 9 months, I stayed on American time. It was just something I was telling myself was like, okay, I'm not going to get used to being here. I'm going back home. You know what I'm saying? I'm going back home. It's just it's just a bump in the road. So I threw myself a pity party the first night I was in France, and then I got to work. Came back, signed a 1-year deal. Well, I signed a 2-year deal with the Heat. I'm sorry. I signed a 2-year deal with the Miami Heat. After that, I became a person who, a basketball player. I had to go all the way around the world, to France to find out who I was really meant to be, and a basketball player was just a microcosm of who I was, in the city of Miami, born and raised there. I thought it was a gift and a curse, but it's a gift and a gift. You know what I mean? At the age of 40, I have the opportunity and the knowledge and the, the vision to see things a lot differently. So, my vision is beyond the game of basketball right now. And at some point you'll get there, but not right now. Put the ball in the hole, young fella. Put the ball in the hole.
Connection. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. Just went out a little bit.
Which part did you catch?
You said you're not just into basketball right now, and then it kind of cut off from there.
I say at this stage, at 40 years old, I'm beyond the game of basketball is the way I see everything. In my 20s, basketball was my life. Everything was about basketball. But it came full circle that I had to go all the way to Europe to find out, what my destiny and what my truth really was, and it was to be a leader, not just on, but off the basketball court, and I've had opportunity to play and do other things with other organizations, but I just felt like my calling was always meant to be, the strongest, and my impact was going to be the biggest, in the city of Miami where I'm from.
Got you. That's awesome. Well, I have a couple questions for you, if you don't mind.
Yeah, shoot. Let's do it.
I got you. So
And
why do
listen,
you
man,
think it's important for young?
let's have fun too, man. We gotta
Say
have
what?
fun with it. Have fun with it, man. We can smile, enjoy it. Let's enjoy it, bro.
Oh yeah. For sure. Yeah, I got you.
Yes, sir.
But no, why do you think it's important for young black men like myself for opportunity or guys that's entering the league to consider themselves as leaders in the community?
I mean, because we have a platform, and a lot of times, people in the community can't associate with politicians. They really can't associate with politicians. Most of the time, people aren't, educated enough to speak politics, and most of the times, a lot of times, the politicians aren't from where we're from. So they lean on athletes and entertainment. They trust our vision. They trust our voice. We're their platform, and we're their connection to the political world. Because we're from where they're from.
Yeah.
Relate to athletes. They relate to entertainment. So we bridge the gap between the regular community and the politicians and the people who they have to vote for, the people who they want to believe is going to make change for them. So they trust what we say. They trust what we think. So with the platform that you have and guys like myself have, we have to be very calculated about what we're presenting to the people that's following us and the people that's taking our advice and looking to us for what's the next step.
Yep. Definitely agree with all of that. Being an athlete, I definitely believe that our platform and the way that I feel like our voice definitely people listen to us as athletes and stuff like that. And everything you say is definitely agreeable.
They can relate to us, and they trust us. They trust what we say. They trust how we feel. They feel like to us, to them, we're real people because we come from the communities. We come from the inner cities. We've seen the struggles.
We come from their backgrounds, yeah.
Exactly. So they relate to us and they trust what we say, man. So if we endorse somebody as a politician or back into our hoods and we bring something back to the hoods, these people are going to trust the people we're bringing back. They're going to trust who we're endorsing because we are them.
Mm-hmm.
We're men of the people.
Yeah. Got you. Okay. Question 2. Being a basketball player is more about being someone who can just shut up and dribble. Advice would you give a player who's at an HBC or other colleges who wants to make a difference?
Ball out. And that's not just from a basketball standpoint, but the better you get buckets, man. Get busy. Because the better you guys play, the more attention comes to the HBCUs, which means the more TV games, which means the more money, which means more recruits are going to want to come. So you guys go out, get busy, do y'all thing, do what y'all do what y'all there for. You know what I'm saying? Y'all there to put the ball in the hole, y'all there to win basketball games, y'all there to show y'all talent.
Yeah, for sure. You're definitely gonna make it happen. Yeah.
Exactly. So y'all skill level and y'all talent gonna speak for itself, man. And the NBA scouts and the process is so tedious that they find you know where you at, man. So y'all go out there and get busy.
Nah, for real. That's real talk. Okay. So I heard earlier that you're into more than just basketball at the moment. So you have a long list of I don't know how to pronounce the philanthropic work. Yeah, yep. Okay. You have a real estate company providing housing for low-income families. You started the Udonis Haslam Children Foundation to promote youth development and self-confidence. That's awesome. You also work directly with the city of Miami on projects like Employ Miami Dade project to ensure unemployed people to get jobs. What caused you to be so passionate and focused on stepping up to being a leader and supporting your community and doing these things?
I mean, it just comes from my upbringing, man. The way I was raised, my family, how we was raised. I think, we always was the family that, we always made sure we looked out for each other. You know what I mean? If we didn't have it, you know what I mean, we share it with each other. If one of my friends didn't have it, they come get a meal. So, I was always raised to help people. You know what I'm saying? When we had something, or if we had a little extra, you know what I'm saying? I was always raised to give and genuine and not expect anything in return. So with this platform that I have in Miami, where I'm born and raised and so embedded in this community, you know what I mean? It's almost, for me, a passion now. You know what I mean? It's a passion for me to build these people in my community up. You know what I'm saying? I know they struggles. Like just like I told you earlier, they trust me. You know what I'm saying? Because I am them. I've been there, and I'm toe to toe with these people every day. So, for me, I started out with the usual when you're young. Just give somebody money, but then you understand that along the line that just cripples the person instead of helping them. So then I wanted to create jobs. I wanted to create opportunities. I wanted to create wealth for people to grow and not just sit up under me. Now you can grow beyond me and without me. And that's really how it started, man. My first gig was Subway, which I just really wanted to kind of get my feet wet, just move a little bit and just see how these things work. And then I got into,
Subway, by the way.
Einstein, and then I got into low-income housing. And then I got 800 Degrees wood-fired kitchen. And, it was all just focused on providing opportunities for people in my community, man. I'm locked into that community, man, times 10. My people on the front line in the police station, and then I got my people on the front line in the streets. So, I want to help everybody. So for me, I understand that, some people may have made mistakes in their life, and it's not as easy to get a job. So I'm gonna make sure those people have an opportunity and a fair shake and a fair chance to better themselves and put their past in the past and move on and grow.
And move on, yeah. That's awesome. That's awesome.
For sure.
Wait, there's more. You also wrote a book, a dope article about the pandemic, Players Tribute, and now working directly with the city of Miami to raise funds for families who has been affected, especially for like foods and groceries and stuff like that. If there could be a message that you can give to the people about the pandemic, seriously, what would it be?
Wear your damn mask, man. Just wear your mask. Wear your mask.
It's that easy, nah, really though.
Mask up, man. Jeez Louise.
Yeah, just masked up.
We got to know what time it is right now, man. Like, this is real. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It ain't going nowhere. We thought it was just going to come and go away, and it clearly hasn't. You know what I'm saying? So wear your mask out here, people, man. Wear your mask. And justice for Breonna Taylor. That's another message out here. Throw that out there.
Yeah, y'all heard him.
Yeah, we ain't forgot about
wear the mask though, for real. Where you went, you cut off.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, yep.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
I said, yeah, we ain't forgot about that. Just for Breonna Taylor, man. We ain't forgot.
Oh yeah, got to. Justice. So we're also here to talk about voting too. I really think it's important for guys like myself to hear from guys like you. Why do you think it's important for young Black men to vote?
Man, because we have something that's called voter suppression as young Black men. I feel like we have this thing where we feel like our vote doesn't matter. I feel like we feel like our voices don't matter. I feel like at the end of the day, the president is going to be who he's going to be, and it's not going to be somebody who we want. It's not going to be somebody who's for us. And I used to be one of those people, you know what I'm saying? And I think that's just a mentality. That's just a terrible mentality to have if you really want to talk about making a difference and having change. I think we got to kick that voter suppression. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? But also, it's not easy to vote for the right person if you don't have to do your work and educate yourself. So as a Black man, I think I was also lazy. I didn't want to take the time to educate myself on, these politicians or who I was voting for, or even take the time to ask somebody, who's in the political world questions. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like, for us, we got to kick that voter suppression, man, because the only way we're gonna make a difference and win, the long game is to win elections eventually. We can protest and we can fight and we can do a lot of different things, but at the end of the day, until we win one of those elections with somebody who we're comfortable with, the ultimate change may never happen. So the only way we do that is to get in there, and we got to vote, and we got to educate ourselves all the way down to the commissioners, to the people that's making the laws.
Yeah.
Not always the president. You know what I'm saying? It's a long list of people before it even gets to the president that make decisions that we gotta be, we got to be aware of. You know what I'm saying?
We got to open up their eyes.
We understand that. You know what I'm saying? I know in Florida, I can't speak for everywhere else, but I know in Florida they try to make it hard for you to vote incarcerated. You know what I'm saying? We understand that. Most of the time, a lot of people that have been incarcerated have been African Americans. So you take away the right for African American to vote because he's been incarcerated, but then we go to the Supreme Court and we fight and we get it overturned and we win. But then they make the person that went to jail have to pay all kinds of fees and all kinds of
make him wish that he wouldn't have.
So now you got to pay all kinds of fees, different things like that has to do with his conviction before he can vote. It's like, where you gonna get the money from? So we got to kick voter suppression, man.
They just try to play little games with you.
We got to kick voter suppression, man. We got to understand, how the ultimate goal is to have equality in this, and how it's going to be, how the game is going to be won is we're going to have to win one of those elections, the big one. One day, we're going to have to figure it out.
We'll have to. My man, that's all the questions I got for you, my man. I appreciate the time taken out of the time. I know it's crazy right now in the bubble. I know I couldn't even imagine right now being there.
Rainy day, man. Listen, it ain't that bad, man. Check it out.
Trevor, really quick, if you have any personal questions, you could ask them. Or if you had questions about ball or anything, we don't want to tell you what to say exactly.
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah, it ain't that bad.
I got you. Will do.
Yeah, man, definitely.
So I got a question for you. 2 questions. I know you probably did a lot, but how was it playing with alongside LeBron? 1, and 2, how does it feel like winning 3 championships? That's gotta feel crazy.
Man, obviously LeBron is the greatest player in the world, so expectations are high for you to do your job. But that's the kind of expectations you want. You want to be around a person that raises the bar, and raises your level to make it better. So when you playing with Brian, you understand that expectations are high, but a lot of people also want to see you fail. You know what I mean? There's a LeBron James factor. A lot of people want to see him fail, and when you accept your team, then you accept that challenge of a lot of people wanting to see you fail. So it was like the us against the world. It was the prime of our careers, and it was probably the greatest run that I've had as a professional athlete. You know what I mean? What we were able to accomplish and get done.
Okay, got you. Which out of all 3 championships, which one was the most? The most. I don't know the right word for it, the most memorable. The most.
First one.
Which one meant? Which one meant the most to you?
First one. First one. Yeah, I was just back. I was, just came back from Europe, a couple of years back from Europe. Really still trying to work to establish myself in the NBA. And then here we are, NBA Finals, and it's this no-name kid from Miami playing for the Heat, and I got to go out there and play against Dirk Nowitzki. You know what I mean? And nobody gave me a chance in hell. You know what I mean? So I went out there, I did my job, and obviously the rest is history. You know, but that's always gonna be my favorite, man. You know what I mean? I got a saying: if you tell me I can, I'll show you I can. So that was just an opportunity, man, on a huge, huge stage to introduce the world to who I am and what I stood for.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
What about you, brother?
Amazing, man. Hopefully one day I can.
Give me one of your most memorable moments in basketball.
One of my most memorable moments in basketball. That's a good one. Probably freshman year, winning the conference tournament and winning the game in the NCAA tournament. My freshman year, who did we play? I want to say we played Georgia State. Like, I came in at 17. I was 18-year-old freshman. Man, just being in the stage, like the NCAA tournament, just being around all those people and like the crowds was like, it was amazing, yo. Like,
it was amazing,
that was
right?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, the atmosphere is amazing. I can remember. I can remember the NCAA tournament atmosphere yesterday, dog. That's a special kind of.
It's crazy. I remember. Another member was probably not being on the good end of the stick when we was up 22 Nevada. When they came back and beat us. Man, that's gonna stick around for a long time too. That was
Yeah, that hurt.
Those two are probably the most memorable times in basketball.
Yeah, there was some good memories, but you got time.
It's all good though. We're gonna shake back. I'm ready to start this new chapter at Morgan.
Oh yeah, you got time to make more memories, bro. It's just the beginning.
No, for sure.
Awesome. Well, Trevor, I'm gonna let you say your last piece, and then thank you so much. Just so y'all know, this will be edited, so Trevor, you don't have to worry about the cutouts. You did a great job.
Got you.
Yeah, you did good, bro. Listen.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, I know this stuff don't be easy, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm cool. I'm nervous a little bit in the beginning, but once I get rolling, I'm rolling. I don't even buy to it.
So how's everything back there where you at? Everything good over that way? How y'all dealing with the pandemic and
yes,
everything?
Sir. Out here in Chicago, I mean, everything is good for everybody wearing their masks that I'm around or that I'm with, that I'm associated with. So I mean, we stand out the way. The city, they opening up I think they closing on the 26th or the 27th down to like 40%, 30% capacity. So I mean, they cutting down on a couple stuff, but other than that, I mean, everything else good.
That's what's up.
Yes, sir. Well, I ain't gonna hold you up too much of your time, my man. I appreciate to have this opportunity to get to chat with you.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it, man. Listen, handle your business. Ball out. You know what I mean? Ball out, handle your business. Ain't no pressure.
For real. Yes, sir.
You know, you already took, a jump that a lot of people wish they had the courage to take. So I commend you for that already, bro. So handle your business.
Appreciate it.
I'll be watching, man. Check me out when you get to Miami. Make sure you slide them in, hit me up, bro, and let me know. You know what I'm saying? I go by my restaurant, get something to eat, bro. For real.
I got you. It's all love. You know I will.
All right, homie. Be safe out there, man. Wear your mask.
All right, boss. Yes, sir. You too. You too. Yes, sir. Will do.
Peace.
All right.
I'm Congresswoman Barbara Lee, and I am so proud to represent the beautiful 13th District of California in the United States House of Representatives. I am so sorry I couldn't be with you all at the Take Your Power Back weekend, but I still wanted to say a few words about what makes voting for young people so critical, especially in this year's election. I also want to thank the Andrew Goodman Foundation for inviting me to participate in this year's summit. Andrew Goodman was 20 years old when he joined the Freedom Summer and lost his life registering African Americans to vote in Mississippi. As young voters, you have a critical role in participating in democracy and continuing this fight for voting accessibility. With that being said, I would not be speaking to you today as the 100th Black member of Congress if it had not been for the work of voting rights activists such as the Honorable, our beloved John Lewis. As John said, the right to vote is precious and almost sacred, and one of the most important blessings of our democracy. That is why I'm urging Congress to restore the Voting Rights Act and ensure access to the ballot box, including for young people and communities of color who are often a target of voter suppression. Let's do this in John Lewis's and Andrew Goodman's memory. Young people are leading conversations and mobilizing on important issues, from climate change to police reform. It's important to continue this momentum at the polls through November. I also recognize that we are in the middle of a terrible, horrific pandemic that has displaced many college students and made voting more difficult. But I want to remind you how important it is to make your voice heard and also to request a mail-in ballot to keep yourself and your community safe. And remember, yes, remember to stay woke. Thank you again. Nice being with you.
I vote because I want to exercise my citizen power. Not to vote means I'm going to give that power to someone else who's not going to make the right decision for me. My brother was murdered by the Ku Klux Klan because they wanted to take away his power. They wanted to take away his vote. And the allies he was associated with, African Americans in Mississippi, didn't have their power to vote, and their power was taken. So we have to get out, take our power back. We have to get out and vote.
I'm Sylvia Goodman, president of the Andrew Goodman Foundation. I vote because I want my children and my grandchildren to live in a peaceful, just, and sustainable world. I'm taking back my power by using my voice, my actions, and my resources to promote democracy and to ensure that all Americans are able to thrive.
Hi, my name is Christina Sanders, and I am the Senior Program Manager for Expansion Strategy here at the Andrew Goodman Foundation. It's important to me because voting represents our voice in the entire process. It decides not just who's elected, but it decides ultimately how our schools look. It decides what types of communities we live in, the type of innovation that we can invest in, the type of innovation we should stay away from. It decides everything ultimately. And it allows for us to decide collectively what we want to see in our society.
My name is Maboy, and I am the Senior Program Manager at the Andrew Goodman Foundation. And I vote because it is so important that me, as a Black person, as a Black woman, and as a child of immigrants, that I express my human right, my civil right here in America, to vote and cast my voice whenever I can.
The reason why I vote is crying in the background. I vote for my children, vote for my ancestors who came before me, and relatives who fought and died so I'd have the right to vote. I vote because it's more than a duty, more than an honor, but it's owed to me, and I demand the right and opportunity to vote.
Hello, my name is Cecilia McDermott, and I am a Wisconsin organizer with the Andrew Goodman Foundation. Voting is important to me because I want to make sure my elected officials are representing the issues that impact my community most. And voting is the vehicle I use to ensure this practice.
Hi everyone, my name is DJ Dreeland and I'm the Development and Communications Assistant at the Andrew Goodman Foundation. I vote because I understand that policy affects everyone and everything in our society. With my voice, I can make a difference in moving the ebb and flow closer towards social justice.
Hello everyone, I'm Gabrielle Slaughter, a program manager at the Andrew Goodman Foundation. I vote because I acknowledge that I'm standing on the shoulders of my ancestors, who fought long and hard for me to have the right to vote. They showed up for me then, so I have a duty to show up for them now in each election.
My name is Jarvis Benson, and I am a program manager here at AGF. And voting is important to me because I'm from Mississippi, and I've heard my whole life about the fight that my ancestors had to take to get the right to vote and to get us here to where we are today. And I am committed to continuing that fight and making sure that the right to vote is extended to everybody here in this country. Everybody has the chance to get their voice heard. Everybody deserves to have their concerns uplifted, and we need to fight for that each and every day until it comes true.
Hey, I'm Justina, the Communications Director at the Andrew Goodman Foundation, and I vote because representation matters. I want to help elect more people of color, women, young people, and immigrants into elected office.
I'm Margaret, AGF Senior Communications Manager. I vote to elect officials who model and demonstrate kindness and compassion to all Americans.
Hi everyone, my name is Nicole Taylor and I'm a Senior Program Manager at the Andrew Goodman Foundation. And I vote because my vote is my voice and I want to impact the change that I want to see.
My name's Paige and I'm the Programs Assistant at the Andrew Goodman Foundation. I'll be voting this November because I believe those of us who are eligible to vote and who are able to have a civic duty to participate in every election that we can.
My name's Caroline. I'm a Program Manager with the AGF team, and I vote because in my home state of New Jersey, my elected officials appoint the people who make decisions that most directly impact myself and my neighbors, like judges, district attorneys, and police chiefs. It's my responsibility and my right to choose who stands up and says they represent me.
I'm voting on November 3rd because our very lives depend on it. I'm voting in honor of all those young people who have put their lives at risk for all of us.
So
Everybody, we are in for a real treat. Thank you so much for your participation in our summit today. It's been an exciting day full of amazing speakers, but we saved the best for last. We have with us an amazing icon, an actor, director, activist, and I really am just so excited to introduce you to our advisory board member, Danny Glover, who really needs no introduction. And I'm hoping today that you will share with us a little bit about your experience when you were in school and when before you were the Danny Glover, when you answered the call and you stepped up, because I think that there's a perception that young people just need to wait, but there's going to be someone else who's going to come. And, when I was in school, there was this moment, this really impactful moment where I had to decide between going to my college basketball practice and having a huge demonstration that ended up creating legislation in Georgia around voting rights. And so I'm really curious for you, what was that moment when you knew you were called to make a difference?
Well, it doesn't extraordinary. There are always things that are extraordinary in your life. I remember graduating from high school and thinking I was going to work at the post office because my parents were post employees. My mother had graduated from Payne College in 1942. She met my father in New York. They somehow, because he was in the Army, he was transferred from Los Angeles to San Francisco, where I was born. So they were postal employees. And there's something about that experience because it's much deeper than that. They were postal employees from 1948. So this large hiring of bringing African Americans to the post office after World War II, it coincides with the desegregation of the Army at the same time. And these men and women begin to raise families and begin to have the idea of the aspirations of the American dream. So, and then right in the mix of that, right at the same point in time, then we have the beginning of what we would refer to as the modern civil rights movement after Brown versus Board of Education. That's only 6 years after my parents got a job at the post of Brown versus Board of Education, the Montgomery bus boycott. So my own feelings about the post office were essentially that it was an important place to be. So I was able to not only pay attention to the Montgomery bus boycott when I was 9 years old and the subsequent events that happened after that, the sit-ins and all that stuff when I was 60. And I also identified the place that they stayed the places my parents were as parents, citizens, and part of a community had the post office integral to that because they matured, they were unions, they were deep participants in the union. And I would hear that conversation. That would be the conversation I hear around my house. What was happening here? What was happening there? Those things happened. My house became like a filtering place for those ideas, a place where they reside and were comfortable. So you listen to as a young kid, you're hearing all those things. I wasn't a particularly a good student outside of being very, very, very good in math as a student. And so my aspirations weren't that great. Go to the post office, get a job and everything else. I went to City College, but something happened to me after a year in City College and in summer of 1966. I was just simply asked to go and be involved in a tutorial program out at San Francisco State. And what happened then changed the course of my life in terms of not to be what I do now, but to see young people engage in the real politics of the moment, the real issues in the moment that were happening in San Francisco, and they were students. So they had translated all those events that had happened for some of them who were in the South in the early 60s with SNCC and the Corps. They had translated those events now that learning, that experience into what they could do where they are as students. So there's a very intersection between the college, for them, the college and the community. That was the key, the college and the community. And something was happening in San Francisco as a school, a school that trains teachers as a teacher college and everything else, so that the work study jobs brought you into the community, get tutoring kids in the community. In the Western Addition was a traditional Black community. So all that began to redefine or shape another idea of the sense of responsibility and bringing, as we would always say, bringing the campus to the community. Boom. So that's the young student.
Woo! There's a word right there.
Our whole idea is bringing the campus to the community and vice versa. And and vice versa, bringing the community to the campus as well. So whether it's by events that we had that community people could, it would be listening to Sonia Sanchez Reed in 1960, summer 1966, blew me away. Listening to Reggie Lockett, a local poet, read from Oakland in 1966, the summer 1966, blew me away. All those things, and plus the discourse. We read everything. We read Nkrumah. We read Julius Nyerere. It was the reason why I majored in economics, because of his ideas of development. We read, Houphouët Boigny. We read all these different kind of writers, Ahmed Césaire, Leopold Senghor. We read all these writers right here and everything. And so we read also, what we know, Chinua Achebe. Things Fall Apart, Mariana Bobs, So Long and Letter, all these kind of with the literatures. And then we were getting some very deep and heavy sisters right here on this side who were writing heavy. And the names we know are legendary that were writing at that time. So all that kind of things, it filtered into, not only that, it filtered in a discourse, a political discourse, an engagement in thought, political thought and responsibility. Certainly, there were other forces that guided that too, that were influenced on it. What was happening with the Black Panther Party? The Black Panther Party. You read the 10-point program of the Black Panther Party from 1966. You can introduce it right now to whatever movement is happening. It's the same what you read. Look up, Google the 10-point program of development and responsibility of the Black Panther Party in 1966 in Oakland, California. So all of the things were filtered into our ideas, but the idea of community was a part of that. And whatever the level, whatever the things we had to engage within the community, is the part of gentrification in the traditional Black, as I might have said before, gentrification, traditional Black community in San Francisco, but there was also just the vibrancy that was happening with people within at that particular moment. And it was all about simply about what role can we play as citizens? Whatever the age, what role can we play as citizens by guiding the course of history and guiding the course of what happens to our community? And that's it. And now we find, I don't think history repeats itself, and no moment is the same. The contradictions that existed in 1966 are different contradictions that exist now, but some of them are the same as well. Maybe at the same time, we may look at it as a situation where those contradictions that were unresolved in the 60s have made their way in another way and to represent the fight that has to have from now onward. The issue of global warming wasn't something that was on our agenda in the 60s and 70s, but it is now. It is real. Certainly the issue around education is always on our agenda. We were sitting there, the issues around education, the issues around Black African Americans and wealth conditions, the issues around all the particular things of a town, the places we live, the mass incarceration. Those are issues now. But we have this opportunity right now, this opportunity where yes, what is happening in the streets is essential, that people's feet and hearts and bodies are out there in the street. But we have to say that is not a movement. We have to build a movement. That movement begins on various ways. And I can say, we all know how important it is, the ballot box this year. We know it's always important. It's always important when those SNCC workers and core workers are down in Mississippi and Alabama, John Lewis in Alabama, Bob Moses and Fannie Lou Hamer, Diane Nash, and you can go on down in Mississippi. The voting was the critical moment for that, to exercise our right as citizens at this particular moment. But it has to be not simply voting at this moment. We have to be engaged citizens, unlike any way we could describe engaged citizens, like no other time.
So, one of the things that really moves me by your story and you talking about just being a college student in the 60s, it's just, we look back at history and it's history in a book. But right now in 2020, if you're a college student and you're seeing what's going on, clearly it's very similar. Like you said, there's a lot of similarities, some differences, but a lot of similarities. And what can a student do right now in this moment if they feel moved, they feel agitated and upset? What can they do right now to be part of history and be on the right side of history?
Well, there's several things you can do. Read certainly about the past, read the history, and use the tools that they have in terms of social media and other platforms that they have. Use that to talk to each other and essentially to understand what is happening in the moment. It's important for us to understand what has happened in the past in order to understand what's happening now. As Baldwin said, the past is never history, it's the present, James Baldwin. And so what is Evan saying is that understanding the past and understanding the trajectory of struggles. As Paul Robeson said, each generation makes its own history and is defined by the history it makes. This is this generation's moment. What are the things that we're talking about? And how can we exercise those at the how can we exercise those at the ballot box and at the same time heighten and I would say this word, radicalize our discourse. Radicalize our discourse. Yeah. Power only wants to, as Reggie Douglas said, power only conceives upon demand. But power is always trying to diminish our expectations and give us not what we want, but what they're allowed or what they want to give us or provide us. And that is key. So what do we want? Yeah. And we always say, what's that quote? What do we want? Freedom. What do we want?
What do we want it now?
That's even now. That's back then. What do we want? Justice. What do we want? Freedom. What does that mean in real context? And I don't want to be abstract in this, because they're concrete things that we need to do within the conversation. And they're concrete things that we have to talk to not only ourselves as young people, but talk to those people who are also engaged them, who also are veterans from the past, also are people. Talk to those people who will say to you that at the same time we had the feelings that you had at that moment. At the same time, at the feelings you had, we had those feelings when we were that age and that moment and had that moment. So where we act on is not only just what we believe in our infinite as young people. I'm speaking as a young people, so I'm a young person, excuse me.
That's right.
But not about a young person. It's our infinite sense of energy and arrogance and all the other things that they need to have,
Yeah.
You know, all those things are important, but also listen as well.
Yeah.
And that's important.
You know,
These are difficult. I'm sorry.
I wanted to ask you something because I've heard you tell a story that we'd be remiss if we didn't hear you talk about who inspired you. I've heard you talk about your grandmother, and I just would love, and your mother and your father, I would love for you to talk about who inspired you to step up.
Oh, it's first my mother and father. Without them, just who the examples of they were, what they said to me, how much when my mother would say, "I'm going home." She'd say, "I'm going home." It's a home that she's never left. That's the relationship she had with her mother and father. And when she said to me, "I'm eternally grateful for and told us all five of us, I'm eternally grateful for my mother and father because I didn't pick cotton in September. I went to school in September."
Please tell the story.
So I'm saying it, I'm sitting here right here on this, with the Zoom call because my mother went to school in September. She didn't pick cotton in September. That's how I'm sitting here. So there's a correlation, there's a connection between the past, the present, and the future. Because right now, we young people are saying we're not fighting for our future, but the future that goes beyond us. Those babies unborn, those children unborn. That's what we're fighting for right now. We're fighting for that as well. So my mother knew that clearly. So there was a particular story.
Yes.
That I love, that I just heard from one of my cousins just recently. He had my only first cousin who lives in Atlanta. And he said that, he told me the story about one morning when the overseer of the property that my grandparents were sharecropping. Let me explain that context. My grandma was born in 1895, my grandfather 1892. When they were married in 1915, they began as sharecroppers. Way off the back, way off the road, way in the back and everything else. So the overseer of the property that they were sharecropping came in that morning with a wagon and said to my grandmother, Reese May Huntley, Reese May, didn't call her Miss Huntley, Miss Reese May, how come the children not ready to go out in the field and work in the fields? It ain't raining. Reese May said, my children are in school. They don't work in the fields when they're school. And so the next thing that the overseer tells Mac, who couldn't say that, he couldn't say, my grandfather couldn't say that, the same way that Reese May said it, told her, you better teach your woman, didn't say white, you better teach your woman how to talk to white people. Whoa. Now the thing about that is he couldn't touch Reese May because she's the midwife. So she's not only delivering the babies for poor whites, but poor blacks and everybody who's poor. So they could, preachers, everybody. She's doing. She had to say, my children, but she made a decision, never going past the third grade or fourth grade with her husband, Mac Hundley, that their children were going to go to college, go to school, and as it turned out, all of them went to college. That's their history. That's the history they made in that moment. That history that young civil rights workers, young students in the early 60s saw and learned from and listened to those elders who had been there, those people who were still living on plantation, those people who were still living, who still sharecroppers and tenant farmers in Mississippi and Alabama. And so we have to understand that connection and the work that they did and the courage that they had. Yes. The courage they had to walk up to that courthouse and the courage there, knowing that their church could be burned down if they had a meeting there, knowing that their house could be shot up, knowing that a cross could be burned in front of them. They had courage to do this, walk up to this, to the courthouse with the hands of and with the embrace of those young civil rights energized 20-year-olds and everything else to go up there and try to vote.
Wow.
That's what it's about.
Yes.
The blood shed for the right to vote. We have a chance to use our voice in this particular moment. And we had to use it at the ballot box right now. And we have to also understand to think beyond this moment.
Yeah.
To think about that everything that has happened, every achievement is a radical notion that no one expected to happen. When our forefathers were freed with the Emancipation Proclamation and Civil Rights, they never expected to happen. They had been in 250 years of slavery and never expect what has happened to happen. They were often referred to for whatever their thoughts were. That Abraham Lincoln was the coming of the Lord. That's how they referred to Abraham Lincoln, as the coming of the Lord, you know? And those are the issues. So I remember when I was 8 years old, my grandmother, she had someone had Jesus Christ on her wall. When I came back there, that was 1954 when I was down there. When I drove across the country, I know, and I saw it myself, 16 years old with my parents, we all family drove across the country. She had a picture of Jesus Christ here, and she had another picture right next to it, Martin Luther King Jr. Thank you. Amen.
So I love what you're telling people, and especially our young people who are participating today in this summit. Right now is a real moment, and you highlighted other moments where people had to really step across their fear and push into the unknown because it had to be done. And we're in a moment where things have to get done. And we're seeing a lot of terror, a lot of suppressive tactics. You know, people are afraid. And so I'm curious, what's one message you would give to our young people in this moment as they prepare to go and vote with COVID, with a whole global pandemic going on, where they might have to risk their lives, where they might, want to take to the streets and demonstrate? What would you tell our students right now?
The first thing I'll say, this is the most important moment in your life, this moment right now that you live in. And that's when the young people, white, black, brown, yellow, all young people, wherever they are, it is the most important moment in your life. If you're listening to this, use this moment and knowing that there's work to do, that you're at the beginning of an extraordinary, glorious moment, and that you have the possibility to transform, to translate your ideas, your wishes, your ideals into something, and the wishes of those who came before you into something special. And make this democracy what it can be. But it can only be what it can be if we participate not only on that Tuesday that we vote, not only in every Tuesday vote, but go beyond that. Listen and understand that it's only been the radical ideas, the unexpected, that becomes the reality.
Yeah.
The unexpected comes the reality. What you see now is the preface at the beginning, not the beginning, but a continuum of history. Continuum of history, and your part that you play now is critical to not only the future of this country, but the future of the world itself.
Woo! Wow. We need to stop it right there because that's a mic drop. This is outrageously inspirational. Thank you so much for your participation, for all that you do, full stop, period, and all you do for AGF. We love you and we cannot thank you enough. And so for everybody who's listening right now, we just hope that you feel encouraged, you feel empowered, you feel fired up and agitated, and that you do exactly what Mr. Glover just said. Go out, vote, go out and demand, stay angry, stay fired up, stay inspired, stay educated, read,
stay organized.
And stay organized. And we can
organized.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.